I'm Jim Townsend, Director of the Carl Levin Center for Oversight and Democracy at Wayne State University Law School. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the third annual Oversight Academy Symposium, a gathering where lawmakers and staff connect with scholars to advance the theory and practice of state legislative oversight. The Levin Center for Oversight and Democracy, which launched the State Oversight Academy back in 2023, is itself celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. And when I look back at the mission that the late Senator Carl Levin began this center with, to promote bipartisan, fact-based oversight and civil discourse, I'm reminded that a key goal of our work from the beginning was to help legislators in Congress and the states leverage the resources at their disposal to help them conduct oversight that helps government keep its promises. The work of scholars who study state government, study state politics, and state legislatures is a vital resource that too often gets overlooked by lawmakers who are challenged by the demands of making the laws and overseeing the implementation of policies that can affect millions of Americans. As a former state lawmaker myself, I can say it is like drinking through the proverbial fire hose every single day. So today's symposium and much of the other work the State Oversight Academy does is focused on sharing knowledge and expertise and building relationships that can help lawmakers separate signal from noise and do the work they're charged with doing. As Senator Levin again used to say, to get to the heart of the matter by gathering and sharing facts on the most important issues. Now, before I jump into the program and review the agenda for today, I want to note the politically motivated assassination of Minnesota's former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, and the attempted assassination of State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette that took place on June 14th. These and other recent acts of political violence represent a grave threat to democratic governance and to the principles of civil discourse. We must honor the victims and support their families, friends, and colleagues who are suffering in the wake of this senseless attack. But this latest episode of hate-fueled violence must not pass without a full and public examination of what is driving the rise of politically motivated attacks and what could be done to reduce their frequency. And with that, I'm going to ask everyone participating now to take a few moments of silence to reflect on what has happened and what it means for our communities in our country. So if we could do that now. Thank you very much. I'd like now to turn to our program, and if we could show the agenda that hopefully is in front of everybody, but I'm just going to, I think we'll put it on this screen here if everybody can see that. We're going to begin with keynote speakers who are going to speak to us about some very interesting and innovative work to expand really the scope of the way oversight can be conducted in a more proactive way using casework. And we're going to hear from Assemblymember David Orentlicher, Dr. David Orentlicher of Nevada. We're going to hear from Megan Rickman Blackwood of the University of North Carolina to talk about these issues, their approach. They're also going to be joined by Laura Austin, who's been working on these issues in the Nevada legislature. So that'll be the beginning of our program today. That is then going to be followed by a presentation of a working paper and a review of that paper. And then we will turn to another topic of innovation and really trying to take oversight to the next step by bringing people closer to that process in a thing we call people-centered oversight. And we're going to have a report presented on research that we have been conducting over the past year or so on how oversight that is focused more on the lived experience people have with government is going all over the country. So we're very excited to be debuting this report with all of you today. This is the first time we have released this report, and we're looking forward to sharing it with you and also getting feedback about the report. We're then going to break for lunch, and we'll come back to a presentation of a recognition, a designation of oversight leadership that we're going to present to two members of the Texas legislature. And then we'll wrap things up beginning at 2:45 with a roundtable discussion. And the theme of that discussion is really the theme of this entire day, which is lawmakers and scholars in collaboration. How can we expand and deepen the collaboration that we hope to have all over the country that is so meaningful and can do so much to improve and strengthen the way oversight is done all over the country. So with that, I'd like to turn to our keynote speakers and briefly introduce them. I'm going to start with Megan Rickman-Blackwood. She is a PhD candidate in political science at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Her research is rooted in her experience as legislative director in the Virginia State Senate. She focuses on bridging access gaps in state representation through data-driven strategies that aim to make government and governance much more inclusive. Our second speaker, keynote speaker, is going to be Assembly Member David Orentlicher. Representative or Assembly Member David Orentlicher, Dr. Orentlicher, brings a distinguished background. He is a physician, he is a legal scholar, and a legislator. He currently serves in the Nevada State Assembly as the Judge Jack and Lulu Lehman Law Professor at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Boyd School of Law. His career has spanned many areas, including health law, constitutional law, and public service, not only in Nevada, but also in the state of Indiana. And he has advised presidential campaigns on health policy. And finally, Laura Austin is going to join us. She's an educator with over 40 years of experience in pre-K to 12th grade public school education. She has served as an elementary and secondary classroom teacher. She's been an elementary school principal and a Title III director in a district. And most recently, she has been teacher development consultant for the Nevada Department of Education. I want to give you a little bit of background on how Assemblymember Orentlicher and Megan Blackwood came together. They first connected at our 2023 symposium. Megan had presented a paper on her innovative proactive casework theory, and that drew the interest of Assemblymember Orentlicher, who was actually participating in our symposium looking at another paper, but he took notice of the work that she was doing, and the two of them got together to work on a second trial of what Megan calls proactive casework. And so they have been building this model and implementing it in Nevada over the past year or so, and they are here to talk to us about that. So we are very excited to have them join us. And I'm now going to turn it over to, I think we're going to begin with Megan Rickman-Blackwood, and we will take it from there. So Megan, please take it away.
Oh, thank you so much, Jim. And thank you to all the good people at Levin for inviting us to speak to you all today. In alignment with all we do, this is going to be a rather non-traditional keynote address. So I'm just giving you guys a quick introduction. Then David's going to jump in and talk to you a bit about how he felt sitting in your seat. And after that, we're going to highlight some early findings from our work. But then we're also going to have the pleasure of being joined by Laura, who is going to tell you a little bit more about implementation and how something like this really works. The good, the bad, the ugly, right? All of it. And then I'm going to jump back in the end and offer you guys some closing thoughts. It's our hope that across these narratives, we will offer all of you a glimpse into how successful collaboration between legislators and scholars can work if you're willing to work it. So without further ado, David, take it away.
Well, thank you to Megan and to the Academy for, as Jim indicated, I learned about Megan's work when I was commenting on a paper for earlier symposium, and I was delighted to learn about it because of the challenges I face as a state legislator in connecting with constituents. You know, when I go door to door, it's common to find that my constituents aren't aware that they have a state legislature or what it does. So they don't realize until I arrive at their door that I exist and that they can reach out to me about their concerns. So having a proactive program to reach out and what this does is, as Megan will talk more, what we do is make cold calls to constituents to explain that we have this so that I exist, that I'm there to represent them, to help them with their needs, and then to find out the kinds of concerns that they have. Um, and I've found this especially valuable in Nevada than compared to my experience in Indiana in the legislature. And I'll talk a little bit about that. As you've probably heard, when you've heard about one state legislature, you've you know one state legislature that there's obviously a lot of over similarities, but a lot of differences. And in terms of constituent connections, there's a world of difference between my district when I was in Indianapolis, an urban district, started in the inner city and went north into the Carmel, the very Tony suburb, northern Indianapolis. I had a great range of constituents, but importantly, I didn't have as much face as many challenges in reaching out to constituents as in Nevada. And there are a few reasons why. Maybe because in Nevada we meet every other year rather than every year. So only 4 months out of every 24 months is there media coverage of our our session. So that may be part of it. Um, maybe because we get less attention from the media in Nevada than in Indiana. And in Nevada, we're up in Carson City, where in Indiana, where the legislature meets in Indianapolis, in the biggest city in the state, more and definitely more media coverage than I see in Carson City. One question I have is that because media has shrunk, it's been, I last served in Indiana in 2008, it's now 2025, media has shrunk a lot, or is it because Carson City is a much smaller uh, metropolitan area than is Indianapolis? Another big difference in Nevada, we don't have legislative mail privileges. In Indiana, I could send regular updates to all my, or many, I can't remember how many went to the entire district as opposed to a part of it, but during the legislative session, we had regular updates. We had a wrap-up update at the end of the session. There was a pre-session mailer I could send to solicit input. I don't have any of that in Nevada. No mail privileges. I have to pay for any mailer that I send out, which means I don't send out mail pieces during the legislative session. I do email newsletters, but people don't always read their emails. And then the other big difference is in Indiana, it was much easier for me to find events in the district where I could meet my constituents face to face. Of course, I go door to door in both districts during campaigns, but in Indiana, there were other kinds of events. There were neighborhood association meetings that I go to, church festivals, church fish fries, block parties that were regular events in the district. So it was much easier to connect with my constituents. In Nevada, In Las Vegas, there isn't that kind of a tradition of these, as many of these neighborhood events. And if I went to a citywide event, I'd be lucky if 5% of the people there were constituents. One thing I've also wondered about, another difference may be, I think the level of education attainment in my Indiana district was higher. I think people were probably more interested and engaged with local politics. But whatever the factors, it's been a big challenge. And so having this program where we could reach out to constituents directly with phone calls and find out their concerns has been a tremendous benefit for me. And Megan will talk about it. I think the difference is about we measure in the 6 months before we started the program how many people called us. And it was a very small number, definitely under 10 over the 6 months. And then making these calls, we can reach so many more people and find out what their needs are. And that makes me a better legislator, because one of the things I learned when I was in Indiana is I would do more for my constituents, by casework, helping them break through the red tape and bureaucracy of the executive branch, often more than by passing legislation. So having a way to make sure I can fully provide that service is really great. And then again, finding out, I have my ideas of what I think are important issues to introduce as legislation, but hearing from my constituents is very important. So that's kind of my overview, and I'll turn it back to Megan to talk more.
Awesome. Thank you so much, David. So as he stated, we met through this. David sent me a cold email right after the symposium and told me he was interested. And after I peeled myself back down off the roof because I was so excited, I emailed him back and we got started. I'll say to other scholars out there, like, you have to stay flexible. It meant a lot of afternoons waiting around in IRB office hours online to make sure everything was still good and going the right way. But a lot of this was able to be done through administrative data. When I previously did this with an office in Virginia, which I'll talk a little bit more in my remarks about. They ran the program completely, so I couldn't control a lot of what was going on. David, perhaps due to his background in science himself, was just really willing to allow me to do the things that a lot of times field work we're unable to do, right? Really controlled, randomized, experimental work. And just both to scholars and academics, I really want to just encourage you that it's possible. David went out and found a list of constituents, just a list that the vendor had, right, of over 40,000 names and numbers and emails. Of those, about a little under 30,000 actually had phone numbers to make the calls. And between his wonderful LA Laura and the intern Angel that they had this session, as well as a volunteer from the area, they were able to make a total of 490 calls. And I know that sounds like a lot and it's daunting, right? Especially going from David's list of less than 10. But just so you guys know, a lot of this is it's going to voicemail, where you're still getting in touch with a constituent. You're still leaving them a message and letting them know about the services you can offer. So that was 83% of those. About 3% are wrong numbers. So 12 of those, you wasted your time making the phone call. Okay, not terrible numbers for what you're getting back. But for 14%, they were able to actually talk to people and communicate with them about not only the services that they provided, but just how they were doing and checking in and building that community. A story from this first pilot that just warmed my heart was one of the calls that was made reached a young woman who is in community college and killing it, but had recently been exposed to the governmental process through a program at her community college and was really looking for a way to figure out how she could get more involved. and a PCT call reached her during that time. And I didn't know this because everything is anonymized and I don't know who everything is, but turns out the young lady I've been working with who is volunteering to make PCT calls this summer is the same young lady who received a call from one of the volunteers that ran these during session. So it works. It can work, right? And then just to kind of speak to the larger moment, right? Like reaching out, touching people where they are, not only can build that trust, but also can beget more participation and more service. So to speak more about implementation, I'm going to turn it over quickly to Laura and allow her to tell you guys a little bit more about kind of the nuts and bolts of how it worked on her end.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My role as attaché consisted of, and this was at the legislature, it's a 4-month legislature, so it moves very fast, but I manage David's office. And so when this project came on, it made sense for me to manage this project. I thought, I'll be honest with you, I thought I was going to be making the phone calls, but with everything that was going on in the office, regularly, it was very hard for me to find dedicated time. And that's the one thing that I did find in the logistics of this is, among other things, is that you really need dedicated time to really engage with constituents. And it can't be an incidental, oh, I have an extra 15 minutes, I'll make 2 phone calls. It just doesn't really work that way because you don't know where the phone calls are going to go, so to speak. But with that said, I managed the project. I was the touch point with Megan. We had we're very lucky to have a University of Nevada, Reno legislative intern. And so one of my real big responsibilities was to manage her through this project. But we also had a volunteer who was remote. She was down in the Vegas area. We're up in northern Nevada, in the Carson City area when this carrying out this project. But what I wanted to say was, again, logistically, if we have to take into account who's making our phone calls for us, our volunteer down in Southern Nevada, very independent. She is, leads from the front in her own fields, but she's just very accustomed to reaching out to the public. My legislative intern, she needed more supervision just in her own safety, so to speak. I know that sounds kind of maybe overly dramatic, but I had to make sure we had a dedicated phone line that didn't give out any personal information. She was a young voice on the phone kind of thing. So that required a little bit more supervision on my part. And also she and I debriefed regularly. But the back to my logistics of it, the training. So we worked very closely with Megan. Megan made it so clear to us. It was one Google click, and we had everything that we needed to make the phone calls. We had the phone list. We had, I call it the script, the protocol, and then we also had the resource directory. And so part of the logistics of all that was just to make sure that it was functioning well, and I would debrief regularly with the intern. So dedicated phone line, dedicated time, training of the volunteers, and in this case, an intern. And fine tuning. One thing we found when we made the phone calls that we had different types of reactions. There's the never answer and you leave a voicemail. There's the answer, but a quick hang up before you can even get out what the purpose of the call is. And then there was engagement at different levels. Always, I want to just say, kind of honestly, there's always a moment of confusion. Who are you? You think I have a problem? Why are you calling me? They didn't necessarily say those things, but that you could see you could hear in the hesitancy. So one thing that we worked with Megan on, and I think this could be fine-tuned by anybody depending on their needs, was the introduction. That's probably the most important piece of the protocol is what do you say when you connect? And Megan was very helpful in allowing us to rewrite that intro so that we said more readily what the purpose of who we were, what the purpose of the call was. And as David already mentioned, many people are not aware that they have a representative. Many are, but many are not. And so we had to get that out very quickly in the script. And we found once we started doing that we were more comfortable. And then the other thing that we did in our debriefing was we discussed, specifically the intern and I, but also the volunteer to a certain extent, how could we make this more of a conversation, and how much freedom did we have? How much license did we have to make it more conversational and not just reading from a script? And then the last thing that logistically that I worked with David and Megan and actually Angel, our intern, on also was the resource directory. David was very, very helpful in procuring a directory, a community resource directory from, I believe it was a school district in Southern Nevada. And with that, Megan entered that into our protocol, and it was a very quite smooth actually running, depending on the constituents' responses. Then we would click where we went in the directory, and we could provide them hopefully assistance on the phone. So to that end, most of, and maybe Megan can speak more specifically to this, but most of the concerns that we did, that 14%, there were different types of needs. One was, as Megan said, people being proactive themselves. Hey, I have a service. How can I join your team, so to speak? But mostly it was housing and employment. Those were the two concerns that we heard most from constituents. And then another one of my responsibilities, again, because I had an intern, when there was a concern that required follow-up in terms of an email, perhaps sending information post phone call, I would send it from our legislative email so that our intern did not need to interface on any personal level with a constituent, so that they could not identify her beyond, of course, when her first introduction. And then just the last thing I want to say is the implications for me personally, just my observation, if that is meaningful to anyone, is that it's a great project. It's important. It's very timely. I think it sets a tone for constituents that elections matter, that representative government can work. It can work for me as an individual. And the value of the voicemail, I think, really needs to be explored, because I do think that the voicemail in this day and age, people are much more comfortable with, I'm going to let that go to voicemail and then I'm going to act on it later. I believe we can all identify with that feeling. And I would like us to, if this project were to go forward if I were involved in it in the future, I would like to somehow add, when I receive calls, because of course, in my seat, I receive calls from constituents, I would add a question about, did you hear about our office via a voicemail from David's volunteer? Because I think we're going to start seeing more and more of that, of people just now, they have it in the back of their mind that if there's something I need, there's somebody I can call.
Thank you so much, Laura, for getting into that. And before I jump into my last remarks, I just wanted to say, I think like Laura touched on a few things, right? Like we're often really sticky about our variables, right? We want to operationalize it really, really cleanly, but it's not always clean and Laura for a conversation to ask the same way we would in a survey, right? Or to get at some specific thing you want. So you just got to stay flexible, guys, both on the end of the people doing the implementation and for scholars as we move forward, right? We must be flexible. And then just in closing, I wanted to say a few words to you all more broadly, just about kind of what it takes to come together and do this work in this way. So I'm not quite sure if it's due to our proximity to the 4th of July or the current state of everything, but as I sat down to begin to prepare these final remarks to share with you guys today, I couldn't get the last few lines of the Star Spangled Banner out of my head. You all know the part right there at the end where the crescendo builds to this unfathomably high note. One I'm not going to attempt for you, I promise, but I wanted you to remember the lyrics. The land of the free and the home of the brave. When I was a kid, I always got a little choked up at that part. Still do, if I'm being honest. But back then, when I imagined the brave who so nobly dedicated their lives to securing this great land of the free, I pictured soldiers on battlefields, muskets and cannons, the whole ramparts red glare. So if you'd asked me in 5th grade who defends American democracy, I probably would have wrapped my answer in flag or fatigues, maybe passed on an old family legend about my grandfather's time in the Pacific. And while this is certainly part of our story, it took me a lot longer to appreciate the quiet, persistent bravery of hundreds of thousands of ordinary Americans who humbly show up every day to do their part to ensure each of us gets an honest chance to pursue our own little bit of happiness in this great land of the free. So when I was a young single mother, it took the patience of a weary social worker, tirelessly walking me through every step of a 30-page amended Medicaid application that managed to keep my son insured while I worked my way back to a better life, to teach me that sometimes the brave look like bureaucrats wrapped up in cardigan sweaters with enough courage to put people over procedure. I learned the lesson again firsthand during my time serving the office of Virginia State Senator Mamie E. Locke, who showed me that good representation isn't just about legislating. It's about listening. It's about following through, about never letting politics outweigh a person. When I arrived in grad school, they taught me that some of the boldest defenders of American democracy don't stand on battlefields. They stand in front of blackboards. Scholars like Baumgartner, Huber, Johnson, Johannes, Verba, Alinsky, they showed me that real patriotism isn't always bombastic. Sometimes it is the quiet conviction to ask the hard questions when no one is listening. It is being bold enough to interrogate power, to challenge the status quo, to ask over and over again, who is the system benefiting? I learned the lesson once more from my dear friend Delegate Sam Rasool, who believed casework was more than just running errands for constituent. It was a path towards restoring real trust. Sam taught me truly courageous government doesn't wait around for the destitute to come asking for help. Instead, it has the courage to go first, to show up, to ask, what do you need? How can I help? Is democracy really keeping its promise? And tragically, we've seen that same bravery on full display in recent days in Minnesota. Sorry, guys. Tomorrow, the body of House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark will lay in state at the Capitol Rotunda in Minneapolis. I did not have the good fortune of knowing Speaker Hortman, but as we keep both their friends and families, as well as Senator Hoffman's and his wife Yvette in our thoughts, I can't help but marvel at their legacy of courage. To their colleagues in Minnesota, especially those joining us today, your presence is a testimony. Even when shaken, even when scared, even when mourning, you show up to serve, to govern, and to do the people's work. This is what courage in public service looks like. So as we gather today, in the shadow of their grief, to discuss the practicality of partnership between scholars and legislators, we must not simply consider how we can collaborate or coordinate. We have to spend some time learning how to get brave. That is what Ian McKnight from the Levin Center did for me. At the time, he didn't know me, just saw a lone abstract from a new student, no publications, no prestige, but he believed, not in me, but the work, in democracy, in the idea around conversations about better service deserving bigger spaces. In the beginning, it was a pretty lonely position to take, but Ian was brave enough to build bridges where others constructed walls. He invited me to present at the SOA Symposium, and in that room was David. Another cold email, another act of quiet courage. David didn't need to say yes. He had a full calendar, a community to serve, political pressures to manage, but he was brave enough to believe that when it came to the provision of constituent service, representatives could go first. It wasn't easy, but alongside Laura and Angel, we made it work. And what we found wasn't surprising, but it should be sobering. People want help, yes, but more than that, they want to know they are worth helping, that their lives matter enough for someone in government to notice. That kind of service isn't about votes. It's about rebuilding the connective tissue between people and power. This is the work of oversight. Real, rigorous, democratically grounded oversight, which is some of the most courageous work being done in America today. It requires discomfort. It requires pushback. It requires telling the truth when the truth isn't flattering. It requires collaboration across disciplines, institutions, and power, and it requires a radical kind of humility. The strength to learn from each other again and again. That's why we're here, to build these trusts and frameworks and say, you don't have to be brave alone. We can figure it out together. Because when we get it right, when governance is informed by evidence and evidence is shaped by real people's needs, we don't just get better policy. We get a better democracy, one that's more honest, more responsive, and more brave. This is a room full of courageous people. And y'all, today, it's time to get brave. Not just once, but over and over again. Brave enough to change, brave enough to ask hard questions, brave enough to try something new. And most of all, brave enough to ask again and again, is democracy keeping her promise? And if not, what will we do together to help her try again? Thank you all for your time today. I'm sorry, I got a little teary. I know that's probably not typical in a scholarly presentation, but we aren't in typical times. Thank you, Levin. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, David. Thank you, Laura. Thanks, guys.
And Megan, thank you so much for those eloquent and heartfelt remarks. That really important to hear, and thank you for doing that. I just want to add one, kind of reinforce what Megan said. And I say this when people come during the legislative session to talk about bills, and I say this because I mean it is so important that we as legislators can't do our jobs unless the people who are being affected are out there talking about their concerns, helping us persuade our colleagues, and having scholars as well. I can't persuade my colleagues about the value of a legislative proposal unless I can bring in the experts, the scholars who have studied it, to support what I'm trying to do with data that demonstrates the value of this kind of a proposal. So I really have been so grateful to working with the Levin program, to see what scholars are doing to help us do our job in the legislature better. So thank you so much for that.
And thank you both. Good morning to everybody. My name is Ben Ike. I also help with our effort here at the State Oversight Academy. What a brilliant keynote address. Thank you both so much for just really kind of doing the details and explaining the amazing work that's happened in the past year with all of your efforts, but then also really it's a reminder. It's a reminder of the stakes and of the importance of democracy, of oversight, of following through, of government keeping its promises. And I really, wow, I'm kind of at a loss of words, and that's not typical for me. So I really appreciate the very heartfelt As Assemblymember Ortenliker said, very heartfelt and very eloquent. Thank you again, Megan. At this moment, I have the very difficult task of pivoting from the keynote address to our paper presentation and review. We have a paper here, a very interesting paper from Professor Michelangelo Landgrave. He is an assistant professor of political science at the University of Colorado Boulder. He serves as the director of the Barney Ford Lab for Civic Thought and Engagement. He's a member of the Evidence in Governance in Politics Research Network and co-organizes the Mid-American Conference for Race, Gender, Immigration, and Ethnicity Politics. Dr. Landgrave has previously held research appointments at Princeton University, the U.S. Federal Government's Office of Evaluation Sciences, and the University of Missouri. He earned his PhD in political science from the University of California, Riverside, and has a master's degree in economics from California State University, Long Beach. He has published 20-plus peer-reviewed research articles, and his research has been widely cited in popular media, including John Oliver's Last Week Tonight. Professor Landgrave, thank you for joining us. And the practitioner reviewing his paper, the paper being called How Are Minority Staffers Utilized? Evidence from the California State Assembly, we have former Assembly member Ken Cooley. Ken Cooley was elected to the California State Assembly in November of 2012 after 10 years as a founding council member and two-term mayor, 2005 and 2010, of Rancho Cordova, a job center city of 82,000, immediately east of California's capital city, Sacramento. In the 5 years after his city's 2003 founding, Ken was active in the League of California Cities, which is California's municipal league, and by 2008 had become its statewide first vice president. During his assembly career, Ken distinguished himself as a collaborative leader leading the development of the California Assembly's Oversight Handbook. Further, former Assemblymember Cooley is a member of the State Oversight Academy's advisory board. We appreciate his service there. At this time, I'd like to hand it over to Professor Landgrave to give his presentation.
Sure, one moment. I'm figuring out Zoom. I always am. Let's hope it works. Yes, it works. Okay, can everyone hear me, see me? Can everyone see the slides? Yes, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Michelangelo Landgrave. As I was introduced, I'm an assistant professor at the University of Colorado Boulder. And here today, I wanted to talk about legislative staffers. And before I really start this presentation, I just kind of want to make a couple of points. Today, I'm going to be talking about racial minority legislative staffers and how they're utilized. But I want to emphasize that this is part of a much larger program that I have on how legislative staffers are used at the state level. Yes, this is about race and ethnicity in this case, but I don't care just about race and ethnicity. I care about all marginalized groups in the United States and making sure that they have an equal voice in American democracy. I care about women. I care about rural individuals. I care about working class individuals. So please don't think of this as simply a paper about race and ethnicity. It's really a larger paper about American democracy and how we can strengthen it. So yeah, as I mentioned. So part of this paper that I'm about to present today has been published already in the California Journal of Politics and Policy. If you want to cite it, and if you're academic, I'd always appreciate that. But I'm also going to present some more data that I'm working on as an extension of that earlier paper that got just published earlier this year. Specifically, I've been presenting some data from the pipeline to legislative staff in California and some data outside of California, because while California is a wonderful state, we've got 50 states and we should cover them a little bit. So broadly, why do legislative staffers matter? I suspect I don't have to really convince this crowd, but usually I have to, because people are like, who are legislators? Who are legislative staff? So academics have long recognized that legislative staff are very key in running legislatures. A single legislator, as well-meaning as they are, simply can't do everything on their own. They need assistance. They need someone to help them and back them up, provide research. In political science, we found evidence that, they very much control the agenda of the legislators in terms of just being in charge of who actually gets to interact with this legislator, whether that's scheduling formal meetings or less formal meetings. They're very much in charge of, in a lot of legislatures, doing the background research on policy issues. They do a lot of the constituency service work, which is not just emailing or taking phone calls, which is in itself important, but it also means just broad public outreach and making sure that the constituency knows that the legislators are there and that they're there to help. Many of the legislative staffers, after they finish their term as legislative staff, they themselves are still part of the legislative network, insofar that many of them become either lobbyists or some of them even run and win elected office as legislators themselves. Again, I suspect in this crowd, I don't have to really convince you all that legislative staffers matter, but I often do. Within legislative staffers, there's two broad categories, at least amongst personal staff. I'm not talking about committee staffers here. There's policy staffers. These are mostly individuals located in capital offices. They're the ones researching and drafting the legislation. And then there's constituency staffers that are really much more focused on public-facing outreach. This is, answering emails, physical mail, phone calls, going to public events, whether that's a county fair or not. And I want to emphasize that, especially at the city, especially at the state level, especially in less professionalized legislatures where there's not that many legislative staffers, it's not unsurprising for a staffer to actually have multiple hats. It's possible for someone to simultaneously be answering phone calls and emails, and then later in the afternoon, they're researching legislation and such. It's really only in Congress and in some of the more professionalized legislatures where legislative staff can actually professionalize into a given role specifically, as opposed to wearing multiple hats. Why does the descriptive representation of legislative staffers matter? Why is it that I'm interested in seeing how racial minority staffers are being utilized? I care about it because despite the fact that in recent years we've had record number of people of color, record numbers of women, record numbers just of marginalized groups winning elected office, it's still the reality that most state legislatures in the United States are dominated by white men, which is not a bad thing. Like, we want white men in legislatures too. We want everyone to be represented, but it's bad insofar that it's not reflective of the large demographics of the United States. And this very much matters insofar that if you don't have a legislature that, at least broadly, it's not never perfect, but broadly represents the demographics of the United States, you might not get viewpoints and ideas that or know necessarily what the constituency wants. And so I think it's very important for us to understand how are minority legislative staffers being used, because they're a way for, even if we don't have the elected officials representing demographically the larger American society, maybe legislative staffers are. And in the data, we do find that legislative staffers overall tend to be much more diverse, a bit more closely reflective of the demographics of their states and constituencies than legislators themselves. And some of you may wonder, do the constituents themselves care? Is this something we should be cared about as far as like making sure that we're representing our constituents? And I tell you, you tell me. I remember a couple of years ago, I was kind of curious in this broad question, like, could the constituents themselves care about the descriptive representation provided by legislative staffers? And I actually found a couple of internet posts where people were like, hey, we're happy that you have a new intern or you have new legislators, but as a X group, I don't feel represented. Whenever I go to your office, I don't see anyone who looks like me. So it seems, at least qualitatively, there seems to be evidence that people do care about having legislative staff that represent them, very broadly speaking. And this project in particular was really motivated by some of my earlier work after I finished my dissertation. One of my committee members, my dissertation, gave me a little warning, and I give this warning to all of you who are academics earlier in your careers. He told me that, hey, congratulations, you got your PhD. I just want to warn you that as a Latino, one of the few Latinos in this profession, they're going to put you at every public-facing thing they can. And he ended up being very much right. Like, throughout my academic career, I've been put on a lot of photos because I often am the one Latino in these things. And I suspected, when he gave me this comment, I wondered if, like, maybe this is also true about the legislature. Maybe because there are so few, not only so few minority legislators, but so few minority legislative staffers, maybe they're also going to be strategically placed in public-facing roles to really highlight the diversity of the legislature. And that might have some implications on how representation is conducted at the state level. So my general theory, my hypothesis is there are relatively, I'm not saying there aren't, but I'm saying there are relatively few minority legislative staffers in the United States. And so it's very much possible that a well-meaning legislator is going to be strategic in where they place them. Perhaps they're going to place them in constituency service roles that tend to be more public facing. They're going to put them in charge of answering emails, phone calls, going to the county fairs and such, knocking on doors, because they're the individuals who are more likely to actually interact with constituents. That said, I'm not saying that policy staffers aren't also interacting with constituents. Obviously, if they go to the state capital, it's probably going to be the legislative staff based in the capital that are interacting with them and giving them a tour around. I'm just saying that, relatively speaking, it's the constituency staff that are more public facing. And so a legislator might be strategic and place more of the minority legislative staffers in those public facing roles. And while this is good, we definitely want minorities to be represented in the legislative staff, and we definitely want them represented in constituency staffers. It might mean that less minority legislative staffers are placed in policy-specific roles where they have the highest ability to impact the drafting of legislation. And again, going back to what I said earlier on, especially at the state level, it's very rare for a legislative staffer to simply do one thing. They're often wearing multiple hats, but I do think we can recognize that on average, staffers tend to do one thing or another. They tend to specialize, especially when there's enough legislative staffers to go around and for them to specialize. The research design is relatively simple compared to my other work. I'm an experimentalist, so I do a lot of experiments. This is just an observational quantitative study. I FOIA'd the personal records of all legislative staffers in the California State Assembly from 2010 to 2019. I haven't updated it since COVID just because I've been unsure on what the impact of COVID might have had on this population. And so I'm hoping to wait for a couple more years for more data to come in before I update this up to the modern day. I was able to impute the likely race of staffers based on their surnames. This is a common technique in political science and social science broadly. And I focus in this paper on the representation of Hispanics and Asian American legislative staffers, not Black staffers, simply because my imputation method doesn't allow me to observe a lot of African Americans in the state legislature, which is not to say that there aren't any African Americans in the state legislature. They're just relatively few, or at least they're very hard to observe given the data that we have available. And here are the results. And let me explain this graph. So if legislative staffers are simply mirroring the demographics of their constituency, you would imagine a 45-degree angle where, let's say, 20% of the constituency is Hispanic. You would expect approximately 20% of the legislative staffers are going to be Hispanic. Similarly, if the constituency is 40% Asian American, you would expect about 40% of the legislative staffers to be Asian Americans. And you don't find that, but you do see a general trend, both when you're looking at constituency service and policy staffers. Notably, you'll note on the graph here, this relationship is stronger when it comes to constituency staffers as opposed to policy staffers. So it is generally the case that if you have 20% of Hispanics in your constituency, about 20% of the constituency service staffers are Hispanic. But when you look at the policy staffers, or at least those who more so specialize in policy as compared to simply constituency service, that slope is downward shifting, which indicates that there's actually an underrepresentation of Hispanics and Asian Americans in regards to policy-focused legislative staffers. And again, this is a problem insofar that we want to make sure that minority staffers are equally being represented in both constituency service and policy staffing positions. Now, of course, this study is limited to a large degree by the fact that I can observe where people are being placed conditional on them actually being employed by the state legislature. But I don't really know much about the demand side. I don't know much about the supply side. I don't really know about who's applying for these positions, who's going through the pipeline to actually become a legislative staffer. And so one of the projects that I'm working at the moment is trying to look at still California data on who's applying for legislative staffers positions. Specifically, I'm looking at the California Capital Fellows Program run out of Sacramento State University. This is one of many pipelines to the state legislature in California where recent graduates from college can apply to be placed either working with the governor, the state Supreme Court, or many of them can be placed to be working at the California State Legislature, and many of them do end up getting permanent jobs after their temporary positions there. I was able to get FOIA data from 2010 to 2022. Again, I'm using COVID as kind of the breakup point. Hopefully, after enough time has passed, I'm going to try to collect another decade's worth of data. So come back to me in about 5 years. It's kind of scary to think, by the way, it's been 5 years since COVID. Anyway, so this would hopefully let me better understand what are the pipeline issues going on. Are we sufficiently recruiting racial minority individuals and so forth? And the results can be found, the results that are most important can be found here on the left-hand side. This is basically the representation of racial minority fellows compared to the applicants. A number above 0 here indicates that more racial minority individuals are being accepted for the program compared to those who are applying to the program. A lower number underneath 0 would indicate less racial minorities are being accepted compared to the applicant pool. And I actually find, to California's credit, that for most years since 2010, we've had an overrepresentation of racial minorities in this pipeline. So that means that we're actually doing a very good job of reaching out to traditionally marginalized groups and training them for these legislative staffer positions. So this doesn't seem to be a story about the pipeline. This indicates, based on the prior data, that the general observations that we're finding regarding the underrepresentation of racial minorities in policy staffers, it can't really be explained by a pipeline story. It has to be perhaps better explained by how legislators themselves are placing racial minorities in their offices. That said, I'll add the asterisk that this is only one of many pipelines that exist to the California State Legislature. There's various more informal internship programs. A lot of high schools have their own programs and so forth. So I can only really speak about the California Capitals Fellow Program, and I'm hoping to get more data so I can better understand. Maybe there is a pipeline issue. Maybe it's just not occurring here through the California Fellows Program. Anyway, as I promised, I'm going to talk about just more than just California. Most recently, I've been able to get data on where racial minority staffers are being utilized across the 50 states and the respective state legislatures. Here's a map showing what percentage of the state legislative staffer population is classified as a minority, so Latino, Asian American, or African American. I think it's more interesting though when you break it up and you look specifically at Latinos and African American legislative staffers, you'll find that in the American Southwest, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, you do see quite a few Latino legislative staffers being represented. Notably, in some of the larger parts of the American Southwest, you don't see as many Latinos. So in my own current state of Colorado, only about 4% of the legislative staffers are Latino. Nevada, based on the data we have, only about 3%. You would think it'd be a bit higher just given the large number of Latinos in those states. Meanwhile, when you're looking at African-American representation, you see that there's many more African-American legislative staffers in the Deep South. So in places like Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, you have somewhere around 10% of the legislative staffers are African-American. And I also have data for Asian Americans, although for Asian Americans, they're essentially not really represented anywhere except outside of California and Hawaii that have large numbers of Asian Americans in their constituencies. Moving on. So that there is clearly a clear correlation between the constituency demographics and the demographics of the legislative staffers. If a state has a lot of Latinos or African Americans, they generally tend to have more Latinos and African Americans in the legislative staffer body. What I'm interested in the work as I continue doing this is how institutional design, how things as term limits or professionalization or multi-member districts might influence the composition of the legislative staffer body. And here's basically the results. I find that in state legislatures that are more professionalized, and by professionalized, this is a composite measure measuring the salary of the legislators, the session length of the legislature, and the staffer support. I find that in more professionalized state legislatures, you tend to have more minority staffers, even accounting the demographics of the constituency and the demographics of the state. And I think this makes a lot of sense. There's an older literature in political science finding that in general, more professionalized legislatures tends to attract a more diverse legislator body. And so it kind of makes sense that this would also hold true for legislative staffers. And for those who are curious, I also looked at other institutional design elements. I looked at whether term limits had an effect, whether multi-member districts had an effect, whether partisan control had an effect. And really overall, let me move my thing here so you can all see it. The only real institutional design element where I find consistent evidence of an effect is when it comes to prophesization. So it doesn't matter where a legislature is controlled by the Democratic or the Republican Party. It doesn't matter whether they have term limits. It doesn't really seem to matter if they're multi-member districts. What does seem to matter is how professionalized the state legislature is. Anyway, going forward, what I really want to do with this work is really kind of extend the first California study and see if it holds true outside of California. Is it the case that racial minority legislative staffers are being underrepresented in policy-specific positions? This is a very difficult task, though, just because although I have the data, there's an estimated about 22,000 plus unique titles across the 99 state legislative chambers in the United States. So me and my team of RAs have to just kind of go through that and try to classify constituency versus policy staffers. And once I do that, I want to test for potential moderation by institutional design, specifically professionalization. Is it the case that more professionalized state legislatures have less of this discrepancy in regards to how racial minority legislative staffers are being used? And for those who are academics in the room, of course, I intend to do a lot of causal tests to see if I can make an actual causal argument here. Anyway, as far as feedback, if anyone in the room wants to email me afterward or ask me during Q&A, I'm really interested in really trying to extend this work outside of just racial minorities. Again, as I said at the very beginning of my presentation, I'm concerned about representation and at the state level broadly. I want to make sure that all groups in America, whether they're women, men, racial minorities, religious minorities, rural populations, working class individuals are being adequately represented in the United States. Anyway, thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Professor Landgrave. Great presentation. Really interesting research. At this time, I'm going to pass the microphone over to Ken Cooley for his review. Ken, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Landgrave. I want to say, as I read this paper, and I want to specifically call out the acknowledgement of the death of Melissa Hortman, her husband, Mark, the violence directed to Senator Hoffman, his wife, Yvette. I think any sort of inquiry into how our democracy works is very relevant to those adverse dynamics we see. It's relevant to what I see in this paper, but 22 years ago this month, I was a lawyer. I had won an election for a brand new city in California, and a professor of my law school was sitting on the United States Supreme Court. And this was Justice Anthony Kennedy. And I actually received a personal note on his little private stationery of congratulations for this new city. He had served on the federal bench here in Sacramento for many, many years, so we were in his backyard. And he said something that I also relate to this paper. In June of 2003, Professor Anthony Kennedy, in offering congratulations, observed in what I regard very prescient remark, self-government must not be an abstract ideal, but must be a reality. And we must be unceasing in our efforts to make it more effective and respected by our people. That was the view of a sitting Supreme Court justice in 2003. And when I had the chance to delve into Professor Landgrave's paper, Michelangelo's paper, I immediately sort of connected his line of inquiry with this kind of holy grail of democracy, of how do we make our democracy more effective and respected? I sort of see this question of how we utilize ethnic minorities or any type of minority, any type of possibly marginalized person, and how do we strengthen their bond to democracy? How do we strengthen what they bring to the table as an extremely vital inquiry? I honestly feel that by his inventiveness in delving into a Freedom of Information request to the California State Assembly and getting this information and starting to work it through, that Professor Landgrave has sort of broken new ground and provided some documentation that can move the conversation, just as my colleagues, lawmaker, Professor Orlicker, he talked about what moves public policy is facts. That was one of his concerns, that he be involved in developing strong facts through capable people to inform policy discussions. And I see Professor Landgrave's work as sort of this trying to dig down to facts and to start grappling with what do these facts look like and what does that mean? What does that portend for our public policy process? A very shorthand way of looking at it is that the skill set that is developed in the district office relationship with constituents, and I'll comment upon why I consider that skill set vitally important, but it doesn't necessarily expand the bandwidth of that staff person to grow in their career and becoming adept at public policy conversations and framing public policy questions and knowing how to orchestrate a conversation. All of us in the law field know that really you boil lawmaking down to laws are ideas that acquire a following. If you can present an idea and start to get traction with your colleagues and with other individuals, that idea in due course can become law. And so what I consider Professor Landgrave is doing is, if laws are ideas that acquire a following and there is a skill set in a democracy that can be developed to facilitate the capacity of an individual to have the sort of skill set that lets them take a raw idea and begin to envision a path for how you develop it, how you take it through this process of acquiring a following. This is a tremendous skill set, not just for the individual, but for democracy. And the one qualification I had when I first read Professor Landgrave's paper was simply to hear the voice of Tip O'Neill in my ear. All politics are local. And it made me reflect that, okay, there is a difference in that district office skill set and interacting with people, the constituents that are so vital to our democracy, as Megan and Laura were highlighting, that people actually feel listened to, respected, valued. That is the work of the district person. But I still see Professor Landgrave highlighted a need for legislative professionals to how do we grow people. This is actually an old idea. McKinsey and Company used to talk about, boy, the type of person you want to work for you is a T-shaped professional. Strong in one area, but with great breadth, so they're strong collaborators. I sort of see Michelangelo's paper, this paper looking at the makeup of actual people in these roles and connecting that look at people to the roles themselves, not just in an abstract way, but how do you make democracy more effective and respected, to quote again Justice Kennedy. And I see Professor Landgrave's paper as starting to open the door for how do we professionalize developing staff. It is the case that Tip O'Neill was correct. All politics is local. We absolutely need people who are strong communicators, strong relationship builders out of the district. And because you absolutely need vital, engaged democracy at the local level. It'll be a quick aside, but I'm a poli-sci grad at UC Berkeley. I remember reading the Federalist Papers. And in Federalist Paper number 10, James Madison, confronting the issue of tyranny of the majority, opined that in the new American Union, the new American Republic, you really wouldn't get that because the likelihood that any one view could predominate across all the states and thereby prevail and produce adverse effects within the democracy of not respecting minority views. Madison was banking on the ability of local jurisdictions, local states, local cities, local pots of democracy to be vital and alive and provide their diverse voices at the national level. And I just feel like we're at a point where actually we're beginning to bump up to that analysis of Madison. And it just brings us back again to how do we make democracy work at the local level? So I totally believe in the role of people at the district level to become effective communicators, to understand all the views out there, how to listen, how to be respectful, how to engage in conversation, which is the role of democracy, to listen and engage and be changed by the dialogue that ensues. But I also believe that the great work beyond the academics, beyond the research, beyond the inspired thought of doing this Freedom of Information Act and starting to drill down and acknowledging the challenges of data and characterizing individuals based upon last name alone. But to try to put a framework around this, to start squeezing out some significance, some meaning that seems to suggest maybe if democracy needs more T-shaped individuals in the state capitol, which includes people who are skilled in the art of talking locally, that lawmakers ought to be more intentional about how do you grow this great bandwidth of skills, and to see it as a priority because, as everyone has said for the very opening address, that type of thinking and developing people to play this vital role in democracy as an adjunct to its work, it is critical. And I really feel that Professor Landgrave's paper, by taking it out of the realm of sheer speculation, not that there's anything wrong with that, but beginning to document, by beginning to put some specific metrics behind it, by sort of characterizing which skill set fits where, and why someone, if they would like to do policy and they'd start at the local level and the legislature's not helping them broaden their skill set to be that sort of person that can help learn how to help laws actually acquire a following, which is, it is a policy conversation, but it's drawing in that people skill set the district has. I just feel this is a very important paper because it sort of sets the stage for strengthening democratic institutions in an intentional way. And not because it only focuses upon less represented parts of our democracy, but because it makes us just realize, yes, we need to bring everyone along. You know, I often use the phrase here in California, it takes all kinds to fill a freeway. And on the road of democracy, I think it takes all kinds. And I think this paper is very, very important. So that's my reaction to it. I do think that there's interns out there. There are some pipelines at the local level. They come out of schools, they come out of service clubs, interact with Rotary, Key Club with Kiwanis, local farm bureaus end up getting interns at the district level. And sometimes these even high schoolers that forge a relationship with a lawmaker end up getting into jobs. So there's lots of different pipelines out there, but it doesn't change the insight and the sense of direction that I see in Professor Landgrave's excellent paper.
Thanks, Ken. Really appreciate your insights as always. At this time, we are going to swing over to question and answers. I have a question here in the Q&A box from Jesse Crossan, good friend. Thanks for being on. This is the question. This is for Michelangelo. These data are terrific. On the last analysis, though, do you control for % of the population that is a racial minority?
Yeah, so I omitted the results just for the brevity of the table, but yes, it controls for racial minorities in the state and other demographics at the state level. And as I mentioned, I apologize, just time-wise, I do have plans to try to do more causal testing, specifically for those who are academics. I'm hoping to use close selection at the state level to see if I can disaggregate if there's an actual causal effect using an RDD. But if you're a politician, ignore that, stats talk.
Well, I have a little bit of a follow-up on that. As somebody that works with state legislators all across the country, legislators and their staff, getting this kind of data, it's tough, it's hard, and just how are you going about getting this consistent data? I mean, was the how smooth was that for you doing this with California?
So California was great, but I'm a Californian, so I'm biased there. But it was a difficulty. I've been able to get data from a couple of other legislatures across time, New Mexico, Indiana, and so forth. It's been very much it's very much either I email someone and they automatically have the data and they're like, here, use it, or it's this might exist. You have to go to the archives. Good luck. So you just never know. You never know when it comes with this sort of research. Fortunately for me, there's now a commercial firm that's actually trying to do this systematically. Legistorm, they used to only do this for the congressional level, but now they're starting to get more data at the state level, which I think is great, just insofar that it's going to allow more people to access this data and do more research along these lines.
Great.
Warning, it is expensive. I'm talking about like $10,000. I am in the position where I could afford that, but I understand that's a lot of money for grad students.
It's a lot of money for anybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Next question I have here. This is from another friend. It seems like you may be making some assumptions based on the high professionalization in California. So in this state, in particular, this state is Minnesota, for example, it's common for multiple legislators to share a single staff person. How are we thinking about accounting for that?
So this is actually a paper I just got published last year. So I do have strong evidence that sharing staffers seems to be weakening the. Let me think how to phrase this. So I understand that the fiscal need to share legislative staffers, but I seem to have evidence that it means that the staffer isn't as efficient as they could have otherwise been, just because they're navigating multiple legislators. And it's not just the fact that they have multiple jobs they have to do, but it means that they also have to, at the same time as working with multiple legislators, they have to respect the privacy of the respective legislators. And that takes a lot of time. It really doesn't allow them to specialize as much as if they were entirely dedicated to a single legislator.
Yeah, and then I got another question here. And hi, Megan. I'm glad you're on. Is there a link to the broader research Professor Landgrave mentioned about personal staff in general?
Look at my CV. That's
Yep, it's in there. Okay,
feel
perfect.
free to also email me. I'm happy to always talk about these things.
Thanks. Got a question here also from Heather Gonzalez. Professor Landgrave, have you looked at all the impact of the different term limit rules on staffing in California?
Yes, I haven't actually found much evidence as far as term limits goes, which really surprises me because a lot of the prior literature suggested that term limits might actually lead to a relative strengthening of legislative staffers in bargaining positions with regard to legislators. I don't know if I'm just not looking at the data correctly, but it is something I've been thinking about quite a bit. If you have any suggestions, I'm open to it.
Good stuff. I have a question I'm kind of curious and was thinking about as well. I'm thinking about states that have district offices for legislators and thinking about those types of, work that happens in a staff at a state capitol versus in a district office. Did you find a way to kind of parse out and thinking about just those different kind of work environments and if you saw any sort of a significant difference between the staffing in a capital versus back in the district?
So that's definitely part of what I want to do going forward, especially at the less professionalized legislatures, where a lot of these legislative staffers are only employed for very short periods of time. So if your legislature only meets every other year, the legislative staffers just don't get enough experience compared to, say, California that meets year round, meets yearly, and so forth.
Yeah, and then I also I'm curious.
Can I jump in for a
Oh,
moment?
yeah.
Oh, please, Ken.
I just want to acknowledge that part of what the professor did was we do have a system of job title classifications in the legislature in California. And so by focusing upon people who have a district role, field rep, this sort of thing, just the job classifications start gravitating you to a district as compared to a capital role. So I actually feel his work has used the one tool that the way the state assembly in California organized its staff, he has hit upon the immediate tool in the toolkit of job classifications and brought that to bear. And I think that's the nature of human inquiry. You have to use what you can use. And I definitely feel that his research paradigm reflects taking stock of what his FOIA produced. And as he shared, in light of how other academics have used this type of stuff in the past at the federal level, and started tailoring it, getting tailored insights to California. And as a legislator out of California, in fact, I would have been the rules chair when that FOIA came through, I think. I think he did a good job using our job titles.
That's
Thank
really
you.
insightful. Yeah, I really appreciate it. And I got a couple other questions here, Michelangelo, that I was thinking about during your presentation. I saw some of the, kind of, different variables that were in that really nice table near the end. Did you notice any sort of a difference if we're talking about, and I mean majority and minority here, as in, whichever political party is the majority and the minority in the state legislature? Did you notice a change in any sort of behaviors there, where if it's, trying to pursue a job in a Democratic office or trying to pursue a job in a Republican office, but really kind of more pursuing a job in a majority office versus a minority office?
So surprisingly not. I was really expecting to see some partisan differences there, but at least when we're looking at the partisanship control at the legislator level, we don't really see anything. It is possible there might be differences at the individual legislator individual. I haven't looked at that yet, and it's also unclear to me how much of a causal argument we can make just because so many state legislatures have been under control of a given party for so long.
Forever. Yeah.
But it is interesting. Although, so I presented about racial minorities. I've got another paper, very early working stages, looking at gender dynamics in legislative staffers. And I do seem to find some suggestions that Democrats are a bit better in advancing women within the legislative staffer positions. Again, though that's difficult to parse out, it's hard to tell if that's the legislators or there's something about women who work in Democratic offices as compared to those who work in Republican offices. We don't fully know the story there yet.
That's very interesting. One of my colleague at the State Oversight Academy, Kyle Buell, she's very interested in the role of women in state legislatures and just the way they legislate different. And no, really interesting, exciting research starting to really get developed there. The other thing I was kind of curious about was, oddly enough, I'm thinking about gerrymandering, and I'm thinking about some of those different rankings of how gerrymandered different states and different districts are. Is there a way to be able to look and see if you have states that have, as determined by these different measurements, like a really gerrymandered legislature or one that's a little more impartial on that issue? Does that have an impact in the types of staffing that we see in the positions people get?
You're the first one to bring this idea up. I'm going to note this down. I'll let you. I thank you. I really do. I'll let you know if I find anything.
Thank you.
And out of curiosity, are you thinking about gerrymandering in terms of the partisan control, or are you thinking more about the demographics of the constituency district itself?
Cool. Well, thank you. And I got another question here from Jesse. Do you make any use of the data provided by Know Who? You may have encountered it while you were at Princeton. I haven't seen many academic papers use it. At least at the surface, it seems like a nice supplement to the FOIA work you've been doing.
No, and could you tell me more about it, Jesse? I mean, feel free to email me,
Great. And I have one more question, which I think is all we have time for. I'm just kind of curious if you've also done work or research kind of similar to this on a federal level of Congress, and there's a way you can compare trying to obtain data on staffing on this type of topic from the federal government, from Congress versus state legislatures. Is there, any, particular comparison there?
So while I haven't done it at the congressional level, I'm a state legislator scholar. I do have colleagues that have done this prior work at the congressional level. The person who's still most active on this is Christian Gross at University of Southern California, where he's done, I think this was about a decade ago, he did a lot of work on how African-American legislative staffers are being utilized in Congress. And over in sociology, most recently, there's an individual, Professor James R. Jones, over at Rutgers University, He looks at more qualitative data, looking at the unique experiences of African American congressional staffers.
That's great. Well, thanks again. And I think we are right at time. So at this point, I want to say thank you again to Professor Landgrave. Thank you again to Ken Cooley. It's just any time with you two is time well spent. So I really appreciate the presentations, the really great thoughtful analysis, the great questions from everybody else in the audience. Thank you so much for all your efforts. And at this point, I'm going to pass the microphone over to my colleague and friend, Ian McKnight. Ian, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ben, and thank you to both of you. What a great discussion and what a fascinating paper. It's really uncommon to see research of this quality on state legislative staffing, and it's really excellent to see the direction that's headed. So thank you for joining us. My name is Ian McKnight. I work with Ben and Kyle on the State Oversight Academy, and what I've been working on for approximately a little over a year is our people-centered oversight project. Today, this is the first time that what we've been calling PCO is making it out into the world. We've been working on this for about a year, and we spend a lot of time thinking about oversight at the Levin Center, obviously, and we wanted to zoom in and look specifically at how oversight includes people on the front lines, the implementers of programs, the people who are typically on the receiving end of programs. And we had two great research assistants to help out with this, Jen and Zuki, both of whom are PhD students here at Wayne State University. Jen has since graduated, and Zuki, I think, is moving into her second or third year. And today I am so excited to show you all the result of all this work. It is available on our website and as a downloadable PDF starting today. It may not be on the top of your beach read list this summer, but you know, there are 2 months to go. There's plenty of time. And we've really done our best to produce something that we think is pretty readable and applicable to you, whether you're a legislator, a scholar, or someone who is just interested in oversight. What we have is not quite academic of the same quality that we've just been looking at. You won't see any formulas or anything of that nature, but we really think it's a good resource on how states are doing things and how they can be done better. So in honor of this auspicious occasion, we have set aside an hour today, perhaps a little bit more, but we'll make sure to get you to lunch on time, to talk about people-centered oversight. So our plan now is this. Over the next half hour, I'm going to talk about our report, people-centered oversight as an idea, what it means, and why we think it's important. We'll talk about the general shape of people-centered oversight in the United States today. And then I'll briefly go through 3 of our case studies with you. You've already heard from Megan Rickman Blackwood this morning in her inspiring talk, and she'll be joining us in a few, well, at the end of this presentation as well, to tell us a little bit more about her work. And we also are really lucky to have David Kirchner from the Office of the Legislative Auditor in Minnesota. They are both subjects of our case studies, and I'm really excited for them to share some details about their work with you all. Before we do that, we'll also review some of the recommendations we included in this report, which offer some pretty manageable ways for making people-centered oversight a more central part of legislatures, for both folks at the broader institutional level recommendations, and then for legislators and staff as well. So, why focus on people-centered oversight in the first place? And we start a lot of our presentations around here with this chart, and we start our report on people-centered oversight with the same troubling fact. We know that trust in government and also trust in democracy is historically low. The reasons for this, as you all know, are very complicated, and there are a lot of factors that go into that. But we start our work on PCO rooted in one idea: that government must prove it can achieve its goals, keep its promises, and noticeably improve the lives of the people whom it serves in order to earn their trust. And there are places we can improve on that front. We can deliver better, faster, and simpler digital services. We can build and maintain better infrastructure. We can improve care practices and outcomes for vulnerable people in the care of the state. And the list goes on and on. And those improvements, we know, can build trust. Senator Levin said it best. People haven't rejected the goals of our programs, but they have begun to reject the claim that our programs have anything to do with our goals. And this brings us to a fundamental question, which is, are our programs achieving our goals? Are they delivering for people? Are housing programs delivering great housing for people to live in? Are healthcare programs delivering healthcare to people who need it? And are transportation programs getting people where they need to go? And do the people who are served by those programs agree? Oversight can answer these questions, but it doesn't always. So we arrive at this concept of PCO, people-centered oversight. PCO is not some grand unified practice. It is a constellation of practices that help orient oversight toward, the term we use is end users. An end user is a term we borrow from the tech world that describes people on the receiving ends of a program or service. This allows us, and you'll hear me say end user a lot, the end user language allows us to use language that's a little bit broader than the typical terms that we use for program recipients. So rather than saying taxpayer or passenger or patient or inmate, we'll use the term end user today. And you'll see that in the report as well. People-centered oversight is fundamentally about moving away from a mentality of what did the bureaucracy do, and toward what are the needs and experiences of people being served. You may well ask, isn't all oversight people-centered? And certainly that's an argument you could make. You can say, yes, if we're looking at the financial statements of a program, we have to understand the financial statements if we are to serve people. And I think that's absolutely right. But we can also make it a little more explicit and do more to include the perspectives of people on the front lines of policy implementation, those implementers and those end users. So rather than focusing oversight merely on compliance, we can move to outcomes and deliver better service. The two key principles in this, and you'll see these throughout the program today, are emphasizing outcomes by engaging with people who experience government services firsthand, particularly program beneficiaries, those end users, and frontline workers responsible for delivering programs. So line rather than staff, if we're going in civil service terms. And second is transforming oversight by strengthening feedback loops between legislators, program implementers, and the public, ensuring that oversight is more of a dialogue rather than a one-way evaluation. That's not necessarily new for us. We talk a lot about that. If you've ever been to one of our trainings, that will sound very familiar. In all of this, we're informed by the belief that the work of legislating is fundamentally an information problem. That taking in better information from better sources about more relevant aspects of programs can produce better oversight, better legislative action, better legislative results, and trust. So, I, of course, would love to tell you that this is our magical solution to fixing all of government and democracy and oversight. I think things are probably more complicated than that. I know things are more complicated than that. I do think that the practices we look at here offer a path to better service delivery for end users and better trust in government for everyone. So, here's what we did. First, we looked at oversight practices in all 50 states, and we did it with an eye toward how they center program users and implementers. We did lots and lots of reading through meeting minutes and watching videos of meetings and looking at news reports and reading through audits. In some cases, we made phone calls to staff in various states, particularly to ask about their implementation of back-end computer systems, which we'll talk about later on. And then we compiled all this information in state-by-state summaries, which I won't touch on in this presentation, but you can find them in the report. And those outline people-centered oversight adjacent practices in every state. And then we summed up the information in a national context. We call this the state of PCO. I'm going to review this very shortly. We put together a few case studies on Megan Rickman Blackwood's proactive case theory, on people-centered program evaluation in Minnesota, which you'll hear about later on, and about human-centered design in Michigan for public benefits applications. And we don't have the folks from Sevilla, the contractor that worked on that, with us today, but we did a previous panel with them that you can also find on our website. Finally, we put together some recommendations to move in the direction of many of the best practices that we found. So we'll discuss all of this during our program today. So what is the state of people-centered oversight? We have a few key findings here. First, and perhaps most obviously, people-centered oversight depends on good oversight in the first place. This is a truth we found ourselves reckoning with over and over and over again. People-centered oversight sets a really high bar for engaging with the public, strengthening feedback loops, and enhancing oversight generally. And that is an especially high bar to clear if oversight isn't happening in a meaningful way to begin with. I will not call out specific states and chambers here, but you can read our report. And we also do a lot of citing the Levin Center-sponsored 50-state study from 2019, which gets really into where and why oversight happens and doesn't happen. And you can read about, hundreds of pages of institutional characteristics state by state. It's really interesting stuff. The key determinants of whether oversight is happening generally involve institutional capacity, of course. That professionalization we heard about earlier certainly plays a role. But also, a lot of it is cultural. How do legislators and staff relate to auditors is a really big one. Is the oversight committee an idea of something that exists theoretically on a website, or does it meet every Wednesday morning? These are big predictors. And those things really matter. So this will sound familiar to many of you. This has been our typical Levin Center soapbox on it's really important to do good oversight in the first place. But let's move to a few PCO-specific practices. And the top of this section, there's a lot of doom and gloom, but there's good stuff too. We'll get there. So second, most attempts at PCO through public hearings tend to fall short. And when you think about people-centered oversight, probably this seems like the low-hanging fruit where you put people in front of an oversight committee with a public hearing, and now you have people-centered oversight. And it turns out it is not that simple. Different institutions have different rules about testimony. Sometimes it's a routine required part of meetings. Sometimes committees allow written testimony or spoken testimony only under certain circumstances. Sometimes there's a general lack of public hearings. But even where public testimony is a routine part of meetings, there is very little evidence that more than a small handful of people take advantage of the opportunity to testify. And there's little evidence that committees use that public testimony to meaningfully inform their oversight efforts on a routine basis. A fundamental truth that feeds into this is that Americans don't really make a habit of testifying before state legislative committees. Certainly, there is a rational choice theory way to explain this, but we can all agree for our purposes that really it's a pain to testify before a committee. If you are an ordinary American, it involves going to the Capitol. Often state capitals are a very great distance away. Usually it's on a work day. Probably you have to dress up. We spend a lot of time at state capitals on our team, and if our experience of the nation's state capitals is anything to go by, probably the parking situation is completely enraging, and you get the idea. Testifying is a pain, so people don't do it. The exception to this is if there's a really hot button issue where someone has been particularly wronged by a program in a terrible way. And it can be helpful to hear from people in those circumstances, but it isn't a comprehensive plan for understanding program implementation. You can't rely on public testimony alone to close information gaps because you're more likely to hear from people who have had negative experiences. No one is going to testify because they thought that their wait at the DMV was so pleasantly short, and isn't it wonderful that they take American Express now instead of just MasterCard and Visa. You're not hearing from those folks in committee testimonies. There's a bias toward extremes, to people who feel very strongly, often rightfully so, about an issue, but might not reflect the experience of most users. Our next finding, web forms are an increasingly popular way to solicit information from the public. The results are mixed. Perhaps trying to get around some of those public testimony issues, a lot of chambers and committees are getting into web forms. And I'm not referring to the classic, contact your legislator forms, but there's a newer variety we're seeing that is asking people to send in information about a particular program or tell us where there's government waste. We saw a lot of this at a committee level during the recent DOGE push, with some exceptions, and one of those is South Carolina, which does a really good job of collecting user information on programs as part of this rolling oversight process. We also have a panel discussion with them. With some exceptions, these are kind of flash in the pan type tools, or they appear to be to us. It's really unclear where the information they receive goes in many cases, and often the committee can lose interest. And these forms are also open to manipulation. So there was a story in one state, and I'm forgetting which one, but they had a form of this nature, and it just got absolutely filled with people, I think, sending in the scripts to the B movie, the entire script. So it did not last long. So those are web forms. More broadly, there are inconsistencies in and gaps in digital infrastructure that are hindering progress across the board on oversight. This is as much cultural as it is digital. You can have digital tools, and if the culture is not to use them, they don't go very far. Legislatures generally do a really great job of bill information and having bill information online. As things became increasingly digital in state governments in the last half century, bill information is kind of the low-hanging fruit. They're numbered. They move through a steady process. It's pretty easy to program. Oversight information can be a little bit tougher to classify, and you wind up with situations where reports are on websites that don't belong to the institution, or they belong to a caucus or a particular legislator. They get lost. People are not keeping committee websites updated, depending on the state, or websites are just tough. State legislative websites, for most people who do not regularly deal with legislatures, and some of them for people who do regularly deal with legislatures, can be really tough to deal with. There are some rough legislative websites out there. Another area we found gaps in digital infrastructure was in casework data tracking. We'll talk about this as we continue here. But casework data is a really valuable tool for people-centered oversight. When we called legislative chambers around the country and talked to staff, mostly in IT, to see if they had standardized systems for this, and we found, number one, that a minority of chambers use these systems, but number two, that people often have a difficult time getting everyone on their staff to use casework data tracking systems. So it can be tough to get consistent data logged across the board. In one state, Tennessee, they had a system for logging casework data, but the rates of use were so low that they ended up going back to their old system, which perhaps involves sticky notes. I'm not sure. We'll talk more about casework later on. You're going to hear so much about casework today. All of this, so these are sort of the grim bullet points. There is good news. People-centered oversight is still happening in corners across all of government. Systems for gathering and working with casework data are improving, just in terms of ease of use and in terms of what they can do and their implementation. Government is catching on to human-centered design, which is great for service delivery. And lots of legislative work already lends itself to people-centered oversight, this being the people's branch, after all. There are town halls, there's casework, auditors are doing field work. Great things are happening. And opportunities for people-centered oversight are expanding too. Tech makes it easier to engage And when it's done right, you can open up the door to testimony over long distances and save the difficult parking situation. It's easier to get information from executive agencies, and a lot of that is now available in open data as well, which makes it possible for interested citizens and for the media to engage with data, often on program implementation and performance, and to draw conclusions from it. Tools like AI are making it easier to engage with the fundamental challenge of people-centered oversight and oversight generally, which is that taking in tons of information and drawing effective conclusions from it is really challenging, especially when you're working in a legislative environment with limited resources. So how does all this good stuff play out in practice? We look at 3 case studies, and I'll just sort of breeze through these here because you'll hear about them more in a few minutes. First, I want to talk about Megan's proactive casework theory, which you've heard about before, and you will hear about it again. Casework is oversight. That is its really important role. Of course, it's good politics, but it's really great oversight. It has a long history in American legislative tradition. John Quincy Adams, when he was in the House of Representatives, was sending letters back and forth to figure out people's postal appointments and their military pensions and all of that. Casework goes way back. And it also helps the legislature to understand executive branch program implementation and puts them in a better position to oversee and legislate on those programs. It reveals issues, changes, trends, and snags in existing programs. Casework often is part of some kind of service failure, so it's a really great opportunity for the legislature to see what's going wrong. And data from casework, when it's collected responsibly, is really valuable oversight input. That's why we talk so much about the importance of tools to collect casework data. You lose out on a lot when you are running a casework program off of sticky notes next to the phone. But casework data is similar to hearings. It only reflects the people who go to the trouble of contacting a legislator, either because they're desperate or because they're in the habit of contacting their legislator, which may not be a demographic that's completely reflective of the district. So the information they produce is still flawed. What we love about what Megan and David Ortlicker are working on is that they answer the question, what if you reversed it? What if your legislator contacted you? You all heard about this in the last session. The lightning round, for those of you who are just joining, is that the legislator, or more likely volunteers, reach out to people to see if they have a casework request. They can use targeting tools to make it easy to build lists that help fill these gaps. It really does require a robust system to collect and analyze data, but that data can feed into broader oversight efforts and reveal where people might be experiencing issues in government. In a few moments, we'll also hear from David Kirchner from Minnesota, who will tell us about their use of people-centered data in formal program evaluation. I'll leave most of the details to him, but just a quick overview. Legislatures use formal oversight partners or analytic offices or analytic bureaucracies, if we're being maximally academic, like auditors to see what's going on with programs. These are a lot more, of course, than accountants with green visors doing financial audits. And we're big fans here of program or performance evaluation, which has this emphasis on operational performance and service delivery and outcomes and a lot more. That really lends itself to people-centered work. And we just love what they're doing in Minnesota, where they will include components in their evaluations where they talk to end users and program implementers. So if your kid is at the DMV taking their driver licensing test, you might be approached by someone from the Minnesota OLA who will ask you, how was your experience scheduling this today? They run surveys of incarcerated people in state prisons, which have all these methodological and ethical challenges. You're going to hear about this soon. And a lot of that, of course, there's a lot of challenging methodology that goes into it, and a lot of it is also cultural. When I asked David how this became part of his office's process, He answered what many of the practitioners of oversight around the country who are doing the best tell us about their work, which is, well, this is how we've always done these reports. It just makes sense. You'll hear more from David in a few minutes, but there's the quick review. And finally, we have a less oversight-focused case study, but we wanted an example of what we stand to gain when we include people in government processes where they might not previously have been included. And for that, we turn to the Levin Center's own backyard in Detroit, to an organization called Civilla. And again, you can find our discussion with their CEO on our website. They were a design contractor for the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and they designed a new version of this form, and you know it's a great form when it has a number. This is MDHHS-1171. And I have on the slide here, on the left side, the old version of Form 1171. Civilla does such a good job of telling this story. The form contained 1,000 questions. It had more words than all of Shakespeare's Macbeth. It requested the date and city of conception for most people in a household under the age of 22. It was obviously built to maximize compliance and absolutely minimize risk. And it was used by about 1 million Michiganders every year to apply for public benefits. You can imagine what a pain this was and what the human cost of filling out and processing a form like this was. On the right-hand side is the new form, the Civilla produced form, and they used this wonderful user research process, which we get more into in the report. The result is, there's room to write your name, for example. The lines are larger. What is it like to write on the form, to process it? How are the questions phrased? How can we still comply with the rules while making it easier on everyone? It's not just beautiful. Most people complete it within 20 minutes. It takes 42% less time to process than the old. And it's made possible because they took user research really, really seriously. The form does all the same things as the old one, and to the same end, but the focus is on people. So those are our case studies. More on those in a few minutes. Whoops. And I'm going to share that again because it really did not care for my scroll wheel here. Give me just a moment. Screen shared. There we are. So I'll just talk a little bit about our recommendations before we get to the panel section. Number one, and we'll talk first about institutions. Watch out for institutional culture. Oversight, we know, can be predicted by levels of professionalism. Mostly it's a habit. If you have an institutional culture of conducting oversight and of including people, you will do a better job. Number two, consider the incentives your oversight creates, because oversight creates culture not only in the legislature, but in agencies. A practice of one-way oversight, really, it makes for, good television clips sometimes, and that's about it. It also creates a culture of risk aversion, and it creates forms that have as many words as all of Macbeth. So non-punitive dialogue around shared goals leads to better outcomes, and we discuss a few states that do a really good job of this. Adopting user-centered research and design practices, both in legislatures and in agencies, is really important. Changes to legislative computer systems. Bill tracking is great, but you can also do great work to make reports public and invest in unified computer systems that aren't separated by caucus or that sort of thing, where oversight reports and oversight actions are more readily available. You can make the public a more meaningful part of oversight, and that means a lot more than just hearings. It means touring facilities, directing analytic bureaucracies or oversight partners to take on more people-centered work. And there is a note of caution, of course, in defining the people. This is a classic question in American politics, of course, but it's so important to gather data from representative samples of the public or build mechanisms to do that, and to think carefully about how data collection can skew results or who has a voice in a particular issue. Finally, and we get a lot into what data sets are available in different states, you manage what you measure, and it pays to measure really thoughtfully. You can get a whole lot of data points in state government. If you're a legislator, you may find yourself in a position to request many of those data points. And we found a lot of open data across this country. Some of it is amazing and really lends itself to people-centered oversight. Some of it is quite crummy. It is really great to have open data sets that tell you about program implementation. How long is the wait time when you call the Board of Cosmetology licensing? It's like a nice, easy, all right, are people waiting for half an hour? Are they getting picked up right away? It's less great when those open data sets are, what are the middle initials of the licensees from this particular board? That's out there. It's not that helpful. For legislators and staff, take casework seriously. It is more than just a political tool. Collect data and watch for trends. Be proactive in constituent outreach. Learn from Megan's work. We'll talk more about that. Develop systems to separate signal from noise when you're engaging with public concerns. Work to understand government programs and how they're operated so that you can better distinguish between when a program has failed to deliver intended results and when it has issued a determination that a member of the public does not like. Those are often different circumstances. Draw a bright line between constituent casework and regular issue-based correspondence or advocacy campaigns. Get comfortable with artificial intelligence. Take the time to learn the practical details of how you can use AI to enhance your work without sacrificing data integrity and cybersecurity. That takes a lot of intentionality, but it is a really important thing for legislative institutions to be focusing on. And finally, remember that legislative work, the best legislative work, is people-centered from the start. It is the people's branch. It's been designed around people-centered work for 250 years. Get to know your constituents, visit facilities, ask questions, go to cookouts. All of legislative work begins and ends with people. After reading all those best practices, I am going to conclude this presentation with a worst practice, and I'm just going to read the end of the paper for you. We begin the conclusion with a quote from Robert Caro, who wrote a large series of biographies about Lyndon Johnson and also the Power Broker about Robert Moses in New York, both of which are frightening books. And then he wrote his own autobiography, which I think I read on one plane ride. It's pretty short, but I'll read just one section. There is evil and injustice that can be caused by political power, but there is also great good. It seems that people have forgotten this. They've forgotten, for example, what Franklin Roosevelt did, how he transformed people's lives, how he gave hope to people. Now people talk in vague terms about government programs and infrastructure, but they've forgotten the women of the Texas Hill Country and how electricity changed their lives. They've forgotten that when Robert Moses got the Triborough Bridge built in New York, that was infrastructure. And that one bridge created thousands of jobs. 31 million man-hours of work done in 20 states went into it. We certainly see how government can work to your detriment today, but people have forgotten what government can do for you. They've forgotten the potential of government, the power of government to transform people's lives for the better. And we end the report this way. Government should work, and it should work for the American people. It should be efficient, honest, and easy to deal with. It should achieve our goals. It should, in the words of Robert Caro, transform people's lives for the better. When we talk about government working, it's easy to fall into the habit of doing so in terms of the sort of inane mechanics that make up government in the 21st century: contracting, procurement, compliance, regulation, civil service rules, and on and on. And all those factors are important to making government work. And to most Americans with other things to worry about, they do not matter. What matters is implementation and outcomes, the real tangible effect government can have on their lives. If American democracy is to make a case for itself in our time, it must prove that it can deliver government that works. This is a tall order, but in an era of historically low trust in American government and democracy generally, it is an essential one. If we are to get it right, it will require not just changes to policy and to implementation of that policy, but a reorientation of legislative oversight toward the kinds of people-centered approaches we have outlined here. The stakes are high, but the good news is that this more responsive, experience-driven model of oversight has already spread its roots across the country. People-centered oversight happens every day. It happens when legislative staff record the details of a phone call on a computer. It happens when a program evaluator carves out a few extra days on a project for fieldwork. It happens when legislators tour facilities or when agency analysts compile statistics on service delivery. PCO is already a part of legislative life across the country. What we need now is not to invent something entirely new, but to recognize the value of these practices and commit to them with greater intention. By building on what already works, institutionalizing what's often informal, and directing our oversight energy at experience and outcomes, we can strengthen the link between government and the people it serves. What we stand to gain is more than just improved government programs, but improved lives, and the proof that so many are craving that our democratic system is capable of listening, adapting, and delivering for people. So that's people-centered oversight. And I am so pleased now to welcome two good friends to the Levin Center here to join us. We have Megan Rickman-Blackwood joining us again after her excellent appearance this morning. And I'm also so excited to welcome David Kirchner. David is an evaluation coordinator in his 19th year with the Minnesota Office of the Legislative Auditor. His work typically involves leading a team during a months-long deep dive into a topic chosen by a bipartisan legislative committee, culminating in the release of a detailed report with recommendations for agencies and the legislature. In the past decade, he has led evaluations on such diverse topics as home down payment assistance, light rail construction, ambulance services, child protection, prison security, K-12 standardized testing, highway spending priorities, and economic development incentives. Before joining OLA, he earned a PhD in political science from Washington University, St. Louis, and taught American politics and public policy at two Midwestern liberal arts colleges. And I can tell you from experience, he has those Midwestern liberal arts college professor editing skills to prove it. David and Megan, thank you so much for joining us today. And I'm going to start just by asking you both to tell us a little bit about your work. We'll start with David, and I'm so interested, David, to hear about some of the history of your work with the folks we call end users. Take it away.
Well, thank you for that introduction. You just kind of talked about my work and then asked me to talk about it. So yes, I'll repeat a little bit of what you said. Our office is a legislative audit office or a legislative program evaluation office. We are the state version of what most people are familiar with at the federal level as the GAO, and many states have an office like ours. And I am on the program evaluation side of the office. So we do have a wing of our office that does financial auditing of state agencies, but my office is very much one that is, oh, you've just made me giant on screen. Okay, I'll have to get used to that. Let me see if I can get a different view up so I'm not just talking to myself. Okay, and we are each year there is a bipartisan commission of the legislature that oversees our work, that chooses topics for us to work on. And so we have every year a series of topics that we're asked to look at and provide a report to the legislature on those topics. And those can be anything that state government does or spends money on. And as Ian said, I've worked on a variety of different types of projects. It is typically the case that we are interested in trying to find out how well these programs that we're looking at are working for people. And so to that end, we are often asking ourselves as we put together our methodology, how can we get out and talk to people on the ground or see how the work is being done? And as one example of that, I'm currently working on a project related to nursing homes and assisted living facilities. And earlier this month, I was shadowing inspectors as they were going through those facilities and watching what they were doing as part of our work to evaluate how well that state agency is protecting the interests of the people who live in those facilities. And that's, as I said, kind of a standard part of what we do. So I'll stop there because there's a lot of questions you have here, so I don't want to talk too long on any of them.
And I'll mention as well, the Q&A box for those of you joining us today is available at the bottom of your screen. And in the spirit of people-centeredness, we certainly invite you to send your questions, and we'll keep an eye on that too. Megan, I'll go to you next. We've already heard about your work, but for anyone who might have joined us in the last hour or so, tell us a little bit about proactive casework and how did you come to be interested in it? And I'll add also that we love Megan for many reasons, but especially because an academic focus on casework in state legislatures is really quite uncommon. So how did you get there?
Yeah, well, thank you, Ian. I love you guys too, so much. You made me cry a little bit there towards the end again. I'm just too emotional today. But nonetheless, so I mentioned that I had worked for a state legislator in Virginia, Senator Mamie E. Locke, and both in my own lived experience and then my time in her office, I saw how important casework was not only to the individual, one-on-one service delivery of fixing an issue for a constituent or getting an answer from an agency, but more broadly to informing policy, informing new legislation, and definitely informing oversight activity. I always thought of casework kind of as that canary in a coal mine. If I'm getting, particularly when I was working during COVID times, right, the unemployment calls, I knew what was wrong in the system before the agency called to tell us that a form had broken. Because I had 30 new calls about it, right? And we were keeping a spreadsheet and tracking this. So for me, coming into grad school, casework was super obvious. It was something that I thought we would cover in like American Politics 101. It would be a quick like week and then we'd keep moving on. And I realized no one had taken a really serious look at casework since the 70s or 80s. And since then, and even in that time, the majority of it was member centered, definitely was federal centered. We do not have any information other than what I'm currently creating and the amazing work of Michelangelo. I was so excited to hear about that paper. The knowledge about state casework is being created right now, and it has never been touched before. And before I could even allow myself to start having some like grander theorizing, I realized that we needed to like reestablish that information. And then once I was in there, again, it just felt like an obvious thing, right? Like people are calling, they're getting this amazing experience, they're getting this amazing opportunity to rebuild their trust and see their government work for them hands on. And the more I learned about participation and knowledge and income and SES and civic skills, the more I realized like this is an amazing thing that not that many people know how to use. If they do know how to use it, not that many people are going to feel like confident enough in themselves to like make that call and ask for help. And we could do it in a much easier way. Delegate Sam Rasool out of Virginia is who started the Democratic Promise program. When he told me about it, it sounded brilliant. I thought he had come up with this amazing thing that like never been done before. Dig into the literature, come to find out in the 80s when they had the adoption of long distance phone calls, this is something members did. They once they could make phone calls, they called random people in their district. And John A. Johannes founded in the 80s where they would call and just ask, how are you doing? Is there anything I can help you with? Is government messed up? Is there any programs you're having problems with? So it's not this insane, novel, crazy, beautiful, shiny new theory. It's what's ad hoc happening across the country in pockets of like really brilliant people-centered representation. So to me, it was just pointing at something that was like, hey guys, why haven't we talked about this? But I don't know.
Great. Well, thank you. And I've got a question for both of you now, which is sort of foundational in this whole thing. What do we gain when we bring more voices to the table, either through informal casework, through more formal program evaluation? And what are the challenges that come with that too? Because it's not all wine and roses. David, if you want to go first.
Sure. I mean, I think the obvious thing to me that is gained is that we're actually finding out whether the programs are serving the people that they're intended to serve. And if you're not asking that question at the, kind of the fundamental level, what are people getting out of them, then you're kind of missing the boat on what program evaluation should be, at least in my opinion. Now, there are significant methodological and logistical challenges that go along with that. And there are some ways in which we can't easily do that. There are some projects for which it's really hard to ask end users about stuff. I've done work on highway construction priorities and figuring out whether or not drivers are happy or not happy about construction projects. I mean, that's not a reasonable thing that that we can pursue very easily, given the resources that we have available and the time and so forth. So those are, we think about what people we think like, but it's kind of hard to ask those type of questions. On the other hand, there are other projects where we work on where there are very clear folks that have a lot of ability to give us information, and those are people that we can go and talk to. For example, people that have been involved in the child protection system. I did a project on child protection, and we talked to attorneys that have worked on those types of cases. We talked to social workers that did stuff on the ground, and we were able even to talk to some youth that had previously themselves been involved in the child protection system and ask about their experiences. So those are things that we can reach out and do. But it is time consuming and it is difficult. And sometimes you don't have the resources that you need to do the kind of outreach that you would like to do in a perfect world. And so that's really often the biggest challenge is, okay, we have this amount of time and we have these amount of resources, and we have to scale back what we'd like to do to what we can do in the time available. Certainly, one of the things that has happened, I think, is that we have shifted because of resource constraints more and more to reaching out to people through technological means, through the internet. And that makes it more challenging to get into the voices of people who are not using the internet on a regular basis, or who are not typically involved in doing a lot of stuff on their computers. And that's something that we consistently try and figure out, are there new ways that we can do things that will get more input from folks? We did a project recently on people that use what's the word I want? It's a transportation program for people that have disabilities and medical needs. And many of these people are low-income folks, are seniors, and trying to, we tried to do a survey to those folks, but our response rate was very, very low. And so we ended up with a lot of information that was interesting from a kind of a color, if you like, or kind of it was some quantitative stuff, but we were not able to get the kind of response that we would want in order to be able to actually draw firm conclusions about what people's experiences were. And so, we did the best we could with what we had, but sometimes those constraints of time and resources and energy and money limit what we can do from what we would like to.
Yeah. I think like David nailed it. The only thing I would add is even in that perfect world where you have all the time, all the resources in the world, I think Michelangelo spoke to this really well already, but both hiring practices and then volunteering and engagement practices are super important for building the networks in which to develop the trust that people will feel comfortable coming to you to talk about an issue, and also that you have the right resources in your office to talk to the people that are coming to speak to you. Michelangelo, I think you might have cited both of these sources, but the two that I pulled, there's a great Butler and Brockman study from 2011 where they sent requests to offices under different ethnically coded names, right? And the response rates were different based on demographic matching, right? And then we have Gross in 2007 who found that constituents feel more comfortable reaching out to someone who has shared demographics to them, right? So nurturing, whether it be an office or an agency, nurturing relationships with your end users and making sure that they feel comfortable communicating any challenges and stuff is really important, right? Because you can, like you mentioned it in the report, Ian, but like you can offer them a seat at the table via an online form or a actual oversight hearing, right? But unless you have made them comfortable enough to feel like their voice is going to be heard and respected and acted on in that space, you're going to get a lot of B movies.
And actually, if I could jump in and add a story in connection to that, because that we did a project looking at security in our state prison facilities. And one of the things that we made a point of doing when we visited these facilities was to visit during every shift, including the overnight shift. And it was amazing how when we did our interviews the next day, the officers and the staff that we were talking with, they knew that they're like, you came into the overnight shift. Nobody ever comes into the overnight shift. And the fact that we had done that, I'm not sure how much information we gained by like walking around when a lot of prisoners were asleep, but the fact that we had been there had signaled to folks that we actually were interested in learning about the experiences that people had at all times of the day in prisons. And I think it meant that we got a lot richer conversation from our interviews in the following days when we were at those prisons than we would have had we not showed up and did that, because we had demonstrated our interest and our interest in listening and really understanding what was going on.
That leads me to, and I'll ask this for both of you, in your experience, and this may vary widely across your different experiences, but how do people respond to more proactive processes like this, where you are, going to visit the folks on the night shift, calling people on their phones rather than waiting for them to call you? Do people appreciate that difference? Are they skeptical at first? How's the reception?
All of that. Right. Definitely the skepticalness. I think Laura spoke to that, right? It's anecdotal, right? But we talked about how hard it is to capture those variables. It's important qualitative findings that the person doing the calls felt like the majority of them gave her a what vibe first. I heard that from the trial in Virginia, as well as the other young ladies that were like running the trial in Nevada. So you got to get them to trust you enough to sell them on the trust. I think what David spoke to is really great, right? Like you get in the door, and then once you're in there, you stay overnight.
Yeah. And David, for you, I'm interested in the same thing. I mean, are people is your reception, we're so glad you're here? Is it, oh my God, audit, did you say? It's somewhere in between?
Both, I would say. And the third thing is, wait a minute, who are you? I didn't know this office existed, right? I mean, and this goes back to what the earlier panelist, I'm sorry, is it David Ornblicker, is that the name, was saying about, many people have never heard of our office. People within state government often have heard of our office, and then it's like, oh God, it's the auditor. But, for people outside of state government, the idea that there is an entity that is basically evaluating state agencies is to them often a surprise that our office even exists. And so, as I said, when I was recently shadowing folks at nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and we would explain why we were there. And we're like, well, these people are here to inspect you. We're here to inspect them. And they were, the folks at the facilities were kind of like, well, that's really cool. We didn't know that, was even a thing that happened, right? So, but it is true that having the word auditor in the name of our office is a little bit of a hurdle when we introduce ourselves, because that's not people's first reaction to interacting with an auditor. Is they're not expecting a positive experience. So we do have to work around that. The other thing I will note is that we have an advantage that I'm sure most academics would kill to have, which is by state law, every public employee has to give us the information that we ask for. That proves useful, as you might expect.
And I think you mentioned that applies to anyone receiving public funds too in Minnesota. Is that correct?
That's correct. Anybody who who works for any level of government aside from federal and tribal government, and anybody who is receives public funds is required by law to cooperate with the inquiries of our office and to provide us with whatever data that we request, regardless of its data classification. Now, that comes with it a tremendous amount of responsibility that our office has to be responsible in how we use that power, and to be very, very secure in how we use data, because our office collects data from all kinds of different agencies, from human services to corrections to education, and all of those are very sensitive pieces of data. And so we have extraordinarily strict data protocols. One of them being, by the way, that we don't trust Zoom. I am logged completely out of my state system, and I'm on a completely different computer, because we are not allowed to be working and be on Zoom at the same time. That is a strict requirement in our office. And so I am not able to be connected to all of my other stuff unless I have a completely separate computer next to me that's not connected to the computer that's on Zoom.
Wow. Well, thank you for joining us for that. Despite the little drag with technology there, we appreciate it. I want to talk briefly about the logistics of both of your approaches. Megan, proactive casework involves a huge increase in the number of constituent contacts and the volume of casework for a legislative office. And I think the number, was it in Virginia that one test run, the increase in your contact rate was 5,000% over the prior period?
I haven't run David's number yet, but
it's going to be up
there
there.
was less than 10 and it's over 400. So
okay, there you go. Yeah. How do you make sure people still get quality casework done with an increase like that?
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I spoke to it a little bit before, but we made 400 calls and we had 4 cases, right? So a large majority of this, something I've heard people be concerned about is like the time suck. So for Laura, it was really hard because she was in office in the Capitol, and any of us that particularly have worked in a citizen legislature, those whatever, like 45, 60, 90 days you're in the Capitol, like you have more visitors than anyone ever. They're waiting outside your door to get in. So for her, it was the calls themselves don't take that much time, right? A lot of them you're just leaving the message. But it does like require your being off to the side and doing something. But like I said, a large majority of them go to the voicemail. So it's like the logistical hurdles of doing this, particularly when you have volunteer support. You're really looking at more, like when we did it for Sam, it was a 25% increase in actual like caseload, particularly among marginalized people. The actual caseload isn't huge. The calls out, you're going to have a volunteer, an intern, a staffer sitting down and just making a lot of calls. And some of them, yes, are 50 seconds to get to your voicemail and leave it. And some of them are 15 to 20 minutes. And I don't know, it's beautiful and it works, but it's not like the pickup of caseload has never, so far, has not been an issue. We will continue to see in Nevada, but please remember, 400 calls, 4 cases. Right.
Now, what is it like getting a consistent group of volunteers to make those calls? How has that been?
So in Virginia, it was great. Sam had like a really existing, vibrant volunteer network. They're quite a bit more active as far as having sessions and more legislator engagement than what David is seeing in Nevada. So he had kind of a campaign base that was already in place, that was really familiar with their direct dialer system, that made those cold calls for campaign related things. So he had this great network in place. For David, we started with Laura and Angel. He had another volunteer that heard about the project, was excited, and came in and made some calls during the pilot. The training was, Laura spoke to this some earlier. There is, to any other academics like interested in doing this, or any offices interested in collaborating in this way, you have to be really deliberate and thoughtful about both your training and then your like a standard operating procedure manual, right? I'm lucky to have lived with a foot in both worlds. So I could translate those conversations for myself. But being able to hand people a pretty ready-made system that's like anybody can sit down and do this thing. And oftentimes with this type of work, when you're asking how someone is, it doesn't take a lot of strategy or planning. If you get someone to pick up the phone and trust you to have that conversation, 9 times out of 10, like they're going to tell you what's going on, and it doesn't require a whole lot of training or preparation on your side to just listen. Right. So I think that's like the most valuable thing that PCT does. We're not trying to pitch a policy or convince someone of an ideology. It's just asking, how can I help you? And then like having the respect to really listen.
Great. Thank you. And David, I have a logistics question for you as well, which is some of the work you have done is with really vulnerable populations. You're working in facilities like nursing homes and prisons. And that's, of course, very important because perspectives from those populations are of great value, but that comes with some unique challenges I've heard about from you before. Can you tell us about those and how you've worked to address them?
Yeah, it's something that we have talked a fair amount about in this office in the last few years, particularly with regard, as I mentioned, to the study of safety in state prisons. We reached out and talked to some youth in connected with that child protection program and project and so forth. There are a couple of pieces there. One of the things that we have done is we have proactively reached out and talked to the institutional review boards that are connected with these agencies. That is not something we are required to do. We do not fall under their jurisdiction. And yet we feel that it is important to make sure that we're doing what we can to see that our work is as ethical as possible. And so seeking advice from them about things like our interview protocols and what we're going to be doing. Another thing that we spent some time thinking about, particularly in terms, we did a survey, for example, of people who are incarcerated in state prison facilities. And we spent a lot of time thinking about language and about and not making assumptions about people's literacy level, and even going and rethinking some of the standard language and terminology that we use to describe what our office does. That we've been using the same way for a lot of time, but assuming a more literate population. And when you don't assume a literate population, or you don't assume a population that is primarily English speaking, then you have to rethink a little bit some of the ways in which you present your office and present who you are and present the work that you do. Another thing that ended up being very important in that study on state prisons is that we're doing group interviews of corrections officers, and we decided, based upon a few of the things that we were hearing in the very early stages, to set up some of those interviews to be only women officers. And we had those interviews led by one of our evaluators, who was a woman, to try and get a little different perspective than we might get if we had mixed groups. And some of our findings came specifically out of those conversations because we had created what was perhaps a somewhat different space for people to talk than they would otherwise. So all of those things are ways in which we've tried to address those things. That being said, I do want to acknowledge a point that that Megan was making earlier. We're the government and we're here to help you is not always the most comforting thing that all communities, might hear. And we do have some challenges that are built into that are going to be there no matter what steps that we take. But we do think about those steps and trying to make sure that we're doing the best we can to get the information that we need and to get people to share with us. The other thing I will note is that in addition to our the authority that we have to access information, we also have the authority to protect information so that we can explicitly say to people, if you tell us this, not only will we promise that we won't tell anybody you told us this information, but we're actually required by law not to tell anybody that you told us this information because we have those strong protections in our law related to the work that we do, so that if we do have whistleblowers that want to come and talk to us, we can protect their identities while still looking into the information they've provided us.
I'm sorry, Ian, because I know we have so many questions, but I just want to
Oh,
jump back
please.
on that for two things. One, if you want to model of somebody doing this right, like other scholars or academics, David is like killing this, right? Because I was going to suggest looking at the House Technical Office just released a new division from the whistleblower division where they're allowing members to directly put like a whistleblower form on their websites, as opposed to have to reach out through traditional measures in case like that got to an agency or something, right? So like having that level of security and protection, both like for yourself and your data, but for the people you're speaking to is just paramount. Then also, I think something David said that I really wanted to circle back to is how you ask the question. When we are thinking about oversight and policy feedback, this is something that just it's one of my things with poli-sci that I've been on since day one is if you ask someone the question incorrectly, you won't get any information about their lived experience. So for example, if you were like, hey, how do you feel about the Infrastructure Repair Act of 2018? They might just be like, oh, I don't know, I don't really have a strong opinion, or give you some politically motivated opinion based on who it is. But if you talk to them about the potholes on their road, or the bus stop that doesn't have a cover during the summer when they're waiting for their public transportation, or you talk to them about any of the pieces of that big, scary sounding policy that you want to ask about that they actually interact with on an everyday basis, you will get so much amazing feedback about the programs you're implementing. But if we, and I'm looking at the academics, if we continue to just ask the same questions we've been asking college freshmen for 40 years, we're not going to get the answers we need from the people that are affected by the policies we want to study. So, okay, rant over. Thank you for mentioning that, David.
That's so excellent. Thank you so much. And on that excellent note, I'm going to move over to a really thrilling topic, which is IRBs. You both have IRB experience in your work. I'm wondering, number one, how has that experience been? Have you found it to be really beneficial? Is it something you dread? Do you have advice for other scholars who are joining us today on IRB work in this world? I have found in the very limited engagement we've had here with the IRB, we're of course part of Wayne State University. It's very focused on health sciences. And so that's a little bit of a hurdle for us. How has that been for you both?
Go ahead, David.
Well, I will repeat what I said before. We're in the kind of unusual position of not being required to have IRB approval for our work. We have the authority to access whatever information we need already in state law. So for us, it is we have used that as something that where we are going to IRBs and saying, we're not required to talk to you, but we want to. So as I said, I was going to say that IRBs that we've interacted with have been rather surprised that somebody would voluntarily reach out and seek their input, and they have been very enthusiastic about the idea that somebody actually wants to talk to them when they're not required to. They find that a little bit refreshing. So that has been a good. I think it's been very valuable for us, and it in each instance in which I've been involved in and where we've consulted with an institutional review board, we have made at least some changes to our practices or protocols based upon ideas that they have suggested or recommendations they have made. And so that has, or even just questions they've asked, like, have you thought about X? And we're like, oh, okay, yeah, we need to think about X, and then figure out what to, how to do that, or at least what we can do given our resource constraints to address that issue.
Yeah, I would second the importance of like developing good relationships with your own IRB. So for a lot of the stuff that we're doing with casework and even some of this like oversight work that people might be interested in, a lot of it's administrative data, which is exempt from IRB. The qualitative interviewing is really straightforward IRB stuff. But I can't tell you how many afternoons the open office hours saved us during the PCT pilot, right? Like if I needed, we ran into a problem where it was like randomized before we realized there was a bunch of them that didn't have phone numbers, so it didn't make sense, right, for it to have it in there. So it's like I needed to change one thing, and it was like, well, do we need to stop everything and like run a complete? And they're like, no, just note it and move forward. Not having somebody to calm me down that afternoon. UNC is amazing. They do them 2 or 3 times a week. I've had an amazing experience with our internal review board. That's not everybody's experience everywhere. Again, in the spirit of all we're doing, like proactively make friends, proactively find a guy or a girl at IRB to be your go-to person, and build those relationships. Because I think particularly with the type of work where the academics and the legislators are coming together, we need to be so flexible. We need to be able to move quickly and do things differently if need be. And a 2 to 4 week window waiting on a response can stop it in its tracks, particularly when it's, crisis response or capturing a phenomenon that's happening immediately on the ground. So build those relationships.
And I should just briefly clarify that when I'm talking about institutional review boards, I am not talking about academic-based boards, but rather the institutional review boards that are tied to the state agencies that have control of the information. So there is an institutional review board at the Minnesota Department of Health. If you are requesting data, related to health stuff, they will review that request. You'll have to go through them as well as through whatever your institutional review board is. The same with the Department of Corrections, the same with the Department of Human Services. So those are the institutional review boards I am talking about, are the ones that are the state agency-based ones. We do not have an IRB for our own work since we are not academics.
Thank you. I want to zoom out a little bit and move from the wonky world of IRBs just out to American politics generally. And I know we're all thinking about the tenor of American politics lately, especially after the terrible tragedy in Minnesota this month. And David, I know that that must be a heavy weight for you all in St. Paul. None of us can fix everything, of course, but I think both of you are involved in work that has potential to really provide some rooting to politics in fact-based, truth-based work. that makes real meaningful connections with people, which is a lot of what we need. I wonder if you could both tell me a bit about how you see that role and where you think your work fits in a broader sense in our political system today, and what lessons others can take from your work and your experience, who might be interested in doing the same thing in their states.
Should I start?
Go for it.
I will, yeah, I will certainly say that it has been, it was very shocking and tragic and difficult. And I think those of us who work for the Minnesota legislature, regardless of how well we knew Speaker Emerita Hortman or her husband, have all been very deeply affected. I'm sitting in right now one of the legislative office buildings, and so she will be lying in state 100 yards or so in that direction in the Capitol tomorrow. So I guess one of the things I would say, and I was thinking about this during Michelangelo's presentation, one of the things I will note is that in Minnesota we have a long and strong history of nonpartisan legislative staff doing an awful lot of the work, and in both in terms of policy work, in terms of research work, in terms of work in our office. And that, I think, provides a certain amount of, I'm not sure if trust is the right word, but a certain amount of confidence, I think, for legislators on both sides, that they're getting, when they are asking for answers, they're getting answers that are going to be the same, regardless of whether or not for which party there is asking for the questions. Because those of us that do hold nonpartisan staff positions, take pretty seriously the idea that we're here to serve the institution, and not necessarily a particular legislator or a particular party, and that I think that pays off in various kinds of ways over time. But it is also, we live in an environment where there is a lot of there's a lot of negative information floating around. Not all of it is to use your term, fact-based. And it is sometimes discouraging that, we're one in a sea of voices out there. And it's not always the case that people come and look at the work that we've done when they are talking about particular things that relate to stuff that we could have provided good information on. So that's we're in an environment where increasingly there is so much information out there that being an information producer is it sometimes it can be disheartening that people are picking and choosing other sources of information that we know don't have the same kind of care that goes into producing the information we produce. So I positives and negatives there, I guess, in response to your question.
Thank you.
I think just in response to that, I think there is a chance to do some really good work, perhaps not with the outputs of what we do, but the inputs, right? Somebody reading the report may not remember the numbers, may not bring it up in a real conversation to fact check someone thinking about something else. But a prisoner who watched you walk the block that night to check and make sure things were really doing what they were supposed to be doing and going the way they were. When someone says to them, no one in government's listening. I hope, right? That one is changed. And with PCT, we're going to be testing some of this in the long run now that we have good randomized panel data that we can survey these people over time, right? But this issue of feeling not heard is probably one of the things that Americans agree on the most. I pulled a Pew study from 2023. The overwhelming majority of Americans indicated most elected officials don't care what people like me think, right? So I wanted you to know who people like me is, because a lot of times we have ideas about who this is, whether it's minorities in any type of demographic, income, education. This is across, so it's 85% of people surveyed. This is kind of across the board. White and black, white 87, black 82. College grad, not college grad, 82 college grad, not college grad 87. Republicans, 89, Dems, 81. This one's the most interesting. Across engagement. So any of us here in this room would believe that people that engage more with politics, that talk to you more, that engage with things more, would believe that most, they believe what people like me think. Across engagement, low is 87, medium's 84, high is 84. We can tick every bucket. Everybody thinks the government doesn't listen to them, doesn't care about them. And like these personal, like small touches, I really do believe and hope to have data soon to show that this can really change people's idea about what government is and what it can do.
Excellent. And we talked earlier about question design. Number one, let me tell you first how difficult it is to come up with questions for two people who design questions for a living. But that people like me question is really such excellent question design too. We are coming to the last few minutes here, and I want to thank you both for a really great discussion. It's so wonderful to hear from both of you and see the great work that you're doing. And I just want to end with what's next for both of you. What are you working on right now? What are you excited about? What's going on in your programs that the rest of us can watch for? David, you want to go first?
Not really, but I will if you want me to. Well, I mean, we have our topics chosen for us by a legislative committee, and so I don't know what is in my future. I know the project I'm working on right now, but I don't know what we'll be working on, next year or the year after that. So topic-wise, I can't talk about where we're headed. I do think that we have gone through a generational change in the office. When I joined the office, I was joining mid-career after having been a professor, and I was, kind of one of the newest people here, and now I'm one of the most senior people here. And so we have, a newer and younger generation of evaluators that are working here. And they're going to bring new ideas and new concepts to the table. And I think those are important concepts for us to think about as we think about how we interact and reach out to folks in the years to come, because the world is changing, and if we don't listen to what newer people tell us about how the world is changing, we won't do good communication. I had a fascinating dinner table conversation with my two kids recently, who are both in their early 20s, about how, from their point of view, it's kind of rude to call people. Like, you always text somebody first, and then if they want to have a conversation, then you talk to them. And I was kind of like, wow, I hadn't even thought about that. And that might be something for us to be thinking about as part of the way in which we think about how we do outreach to people with regard to surveys or anything else, is we might want to be paying attention to the new forms of how people are communicating with each other, and not being tied to the way that those of us with a lot of, well, actually, with not enough silver hair, think about the way that people talk to one another. So that's, I think, the future of our office is going to be the future of a lot of different things. It's going to be shifting over to new ways of doing things as we have more and different tools at our disposal, but also as the expectations of the people that we're reaching out to change about what constitutes the kind of communication they want to be a part of.
Okay, that's amazing. Like, again, David, you keep crushing it, but like staying flexible, man. Like, I hope I can continue to do that too, right? And being just ready to meet people where they are. Speaking to that, you guys all know what I'm doing with PCT, and one of my members is here. So like, let's not talk about this being a convenience sample, but one of the things I am doing for my dissertation is speaking to state legislators and state caseworkers to begin to build our first version of what this knowledge looks like, kind of like the Fenno style knowledge of casework at the state level. So email me if you want to talk to me about your experience with casework. There is some brilliant things happening here at Levin. Another great organization is PopVox Foundation. But I'm trying to stay as plugged in as I can wherever you guys are, because I want to learn from you. I am going where you tell me casework is going. So let's stay in conversation.
Well, let me thank you both so much for joining us today. It really has been a pleasure to have you. And we hope that we'll all get to speak again soon. It is my pleasure now to send everyone off to lunch. I believe in our schedule here, we have everyone coming back at 2:35, so you can stay tuned into your Zoom. Go cook yourself something nice, and we'll be back shortly for the second half of our symposium today, which includes a presentation of our Oversight Leaders recognition and a roundtable as well. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you, David and Megan. Such a joy to speak with you both. And we'll see you all soon. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'd like to welcome everyone back to the State Oversight Academy's third annual symposium. We're now in the second half of our symposium, and we're going to begin with a presentation of a designation of oversight leaders. We began this last year. We wanted to start recognizing really exceptional work being done by lawmakers around the country in the oversight area. And so we've come up with a designation to recognize oversight leaders, people who are really making a difference using the power of their legislature to conduct oversight. This year, we're going to recognize two state lawmakers from the Texas House of Representatives. Their names are Joe Moody and Jeff Leach. And we had originally planned for them to be with us to accept this designation. And unfortunately, they were not able to join us today. So I am going to say a few words about them and the work they've done, because it's really an excellent example of working across the aisle to put facts first and tackle some very difficult issues in the pursuit of oversight and really, trying to bring facts to light for the benefit of everyone. And you can see their pictures in the slide that's visible to everybody now. So back in 2024, Representatives Moody and Leach really demonstrated leadership in the oversight area in their work on the Texas House Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence, where Representative Moody had served as chair. They were embarked on a high-level investigation, kind of a high-profile investigation of the implementation of a law that in Texas that dates back to 2013. It's referred to as the junk science law. And this is legislation that is aimed at trying to offer legal recourse to people who have been convicted using outdated or discredited scientific evidence. Their work focused on assessing whether this law was truly providing the sorts of safeguards and relief that were promised when the legislation was enacted. Their inquiry really got a lot of national attention a couple years later when they learned of the case of a death row inmate named Robert Roberson, who had been convicted way back in 2002 based on a diagnosis of shaken baby syndrome. And that diagnosis and certainly its use as a form of evidence in criminal proceedings has come under a lot of scrutiny. It's a very controversial point. And it has been viewed in Texas as something that qualifies for the junk science policy. Just one day before Mr. Roberson was scheduled to be executed, the committee unanimously issued a rare legislative subpoena to hear directly from him. This bold action underscored their commitment to ensuring that legislative intent was being upheld and that due process was not being undermined by flawed forensic practices. The bipartisan nature of their effort was particularly notable. Throughout the investigation, these representatives worked collaboratively and deliberatively, navigating legal and political hurdles in the pursuit of a clear, fact-based understanding of how the law was functioning in practice. Their work elevated the role of legislative oversight in protecting individual rights and ensuring accountability from executive and judicial proceedings. And for their principled leadership, unwavering commitment to justice, and exemplary collaboration across party lines, we are proud to recognize Representatives Joe Moody and Jeff Leach as our 2025 Oversight Leaders. Their efforts offer a powerful example of how legislative oversight, when done with integrity and courage, can safeguard democracy even in the most high stakes and politically charged circumstances. So we're very proud and glad to learn about the work of these two terrific representatives, and we look forward to learning more about what they're doing in the future. I'd now like to turn things over to Ben, and I'm going to put on another hat and participate in the upcoming roundtable. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Jim, and good afternoon again, everybody. Again, my name is Ben Ike. I help with our work here with the State Oversight Academy, and I would like to welcome all of you to our State Oversight Academy Symposium Roundtable discussion. I am so looking forward to a discussion and a conversation here on how legislators and academics can collaborate on research and finding the facts. With me today is the Levin Center's director and a former member of the Michigan House of Representatives, where he served as the vice chair of the House Oversight Committee, Jim Townsend. We also have joining us in a moment, Oklahoma's Legislative Office of Fiscal Transparency, or LOFT, their executive director, Regina Burcham, the academic director of the State Oversight Academy, Professor Marjorie Sharbaugh Thompson, sorry, pardon me, and Professor Michelangelo Landgrave from University of Colorado Boulder. Great you can join us again this afternoon, Michelangelo. Thank you all for serving as roundtable participants. So the roundtable here, we're going to begin with 3 introductions, just brief conversations covering a little more detail and information about people's backgrounds and different oversight highlights, including the research. So first, it'll be Jim Townsend, who will discuss state legislative oversight and its importance. Then Regina Burcham will introduce LOFT and will share current efforts in Oklahoma. Third, Michelangelo and Marjorie will cover research and academic interest in further studying state legislatures and legislative oversight. Then the roundtable opens and questions will be answered by the panelists. So please write your questions in the Q&A box on the bottom of the screen, and I will start to share them after the 3 introductions. So thanks again to our panelists and to our audience. Let's start with Jim. Jim, the floor is yours.
Well, Ben, thanks so much for moderating this panel, and thank you to my colleagues on the panel for being with us today. As Ben indicated, I previously served in the Michigan House of Representatives and was vice chair of the Oversight Committee in that role for a couple of years. Earlier in my career, I also was a congressional staff person in Washington, D.C., and performed oversight, several different functions there, especially in the budgeting and appropriations aspect of my service there. And I think really oversight had been something that I had always been really, really interested in, and believed that it had such an important role to play in shaping the way the legislature thinks about its work and the way that it interacts with the public. And I think one of the things that's really a challenge in these days that we're dealing with now, and the politics that we have that is so divisive, so polarized, is that to some degree, I think that polarization is a byproduct of people's alienation from the government that's supposed to serve them. And I think the challenges and frankly failures in our legislative oversight process, whether that's at the state level or the federal level, has lots to do with that. And so that's why we take such an interest at the Levin Center, and why I've personally taken such an interest in this through much of my career, in enabling the legislature to play a more active role in overseeing the work that it has created. A lot of times what occurs in the legislative branch is lawmakers tend to have a very, I would say, over muscular view of separation of powers. We at the Levin Center are big advocates of the separation of powers, and we think they're in jeopardy right now, and have been for some time, because particularly at the federal level, Congress has been really releasing and letting go, relinquishing its power. But there's a flip side to that, which is that lawmakers tend to, and this is true at the state and federal level, tend to have a too, as I say, over muscular notion that separation of powers means they don't have to be as involved in implementation of the policies they create, that they sort of throw the law over the wall to the executive branch, and then they stop paying attention. And maybe when things go horribly wrong a few years later, they'll hold a hearing and get into a blame game situation, exercise. But that's really not the way I think the framers intended the legislative branch to operate. And it certainly isn't serving the public very well, because we have, as we've discussed today and as we've discussed a lot of other times, so many instances where government is not serving the people well. So for me, I came to this, I've served in various roles working on this issue, but it really hit home to me when I was in the Michigan legislature during the 2013-2014 period, when the Flint water crisis exploded in our state. And it could have been an opportunity. In fact, it could have been possibly prevented or at least minimized had the legislature, and indeed the oversight committee I was serving on, been more attentive to taking responsibility for our own policies and doing good routine oversight of some of the things that we had put in place that were affecting the city of Flint, and that both indirectly and directly led to the circumstances that poisoned the water system in that city. So that terrible tragedy really reawakened in me the sense of how important legislative oversight is, that it really can be a life and death matter, and that it also is a tremendous opportunity, I think, for lawmakers, for staff, and for the public, certainly, to solve problems and to get not only the satisfaction of solving a problem, but also the satisfaction of engaging with your fellow citizens to go after these difficult challenges and make a difference without necessarily passing new legislation. So that's I come to this from that perspective. And one thing that we're trying to accomplish today and through this symposium is to really bring lawmakers and scholars together to try to elevate this practice of oversight and try to encourage more and more members of legislatures all over the country to embrace these opportunities. And so I'm really happy to have this opportunity to talk about it with you.
That's great. Thank you so much, Jim. I only have one really brief question, and then I'm going to swing over to get Regina Bertram introduced here. I'm just thinking about, a former legislator, does oversight require a different skill set than other legislative tasks, things like voting, things like introducing legislation? Or is it pretty similar?
Well, I think it requires, I don't know if it's a different set of skills. It certainly requires that people think about the longer view. Oversight is something where you need to be willing to look backward at what has been promised by the government, by the legislature, and what the legislature is either is delivering or might deliver in the future. So I think it takes a longer term view of the issues and of the policy process. And that's why in legislatures where there are term limits, especially very short term limits, Michigan is one state that has that, I would say is afflicted by that problem. You don't see as much of an orientation toward oversight. So I don't think it's a different set of skills. I think it's a different culture. It's a culture of accountability and a culture of longer term thinking that you need in order to do effective oversight.
Thank you, Jim. Really appreciate it. At this moment, I'm going to pivot and introduce Regina Bertram. It's great to see you. Ms. Bertram helped to establish the Legislative Office of Fiscal Transparency, LOFT, as the Deputy Director. In February of 2025, Ms. Bertram was appointed Executive Director of the office. Prior to joining LOFT, she successfully led the effort to launch the Oklahoma City campus of the nationally renowned Cristo Rey network of high schools, eventually leading its corporate partnership program. Prior to this, Bertram spent 15 years at the state capitol in numerous roles involving public policy and communications, including serving 5 years as the Deputy Treasurer for Policy and Chief of Staff to the State Treasurer. While with the Treasury, she helped create a new publication for enhanced reporting of state financial data, was a member of the National Policy Working Group to examine business incentives, and assisted with putting the state's checkbook online. During her prior 10 years working for the Oklahoma House of Representatives, she coordinated House Leadership's policy initiative on government modernization. Bertram holds a BA in Mass Communication from Texas State University and has completed the Executive Leadership Development Program from the Stayer Center for Executive Education at the University of Notre Dame. She also holds a certificate in public policy from Penn Wharton. Ms. Bertram, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for joining us for this roundtable.
Ben, thank you very much for having me here. And I'm sorry you read that entire thing. Really, the short version is I've just been around and done a lot of different things. And I think that's perfect combination to do the type of work that Loft does because it's so multifaceted.
Truly, truly. Now, could you have a chance just to explain to everybody? I'm going to ask just a couple of questions to sort of help to explain Loft and the work happening here. There's a Legislative Oversight Committee, and then there's Loft. What is the connection between the two?
Well, Loft works for the legislature. So we are embedded within the legislative branch. But what makes us unique in Oklahoma is the House and the Senate have their respective staff. We are the one entity that reports jointly to both. So we are accountable to, first and foremost, the Speaker of the House and the President pro tem of the Senate as leaders of those respective chambers. But then also we have this Oversight Committee, and it is composed of appointees from both the Speaker and the President pro tem, equal membership. It also has an amount of minority members that are equal to their percentage in their chambers. And the oversight that they provide to us is really a bit of a protection, if you will. So you mentioned that LOFT was created in 2020, and we had the benefit of learning from other evaluation offices. So thankfully, when the legislators were looking at setting up this office, they went and visited a couple of those peer offices and learned we'll never get anything done if every member can come to us with requests for projects or research. And so the Oversight Committee really works to filter that and to prioritize the work that we do. And so we do that with an annual work plan. It can be amended throughout the year. There can be special requests as long as those requests are made jointly by the House and the Senate. And then this is another, I think, beautiful thing about the structure that we have with our Oversight Committee is when we complete an evaluation, we don't just submit it. We don't just post it on our website and hope someone reads it. We present it live in a public meeting before this committee. It's a very big production. They're very well attended. And when we present our report on an agency, that agency is sitting alongside us. And as we raise concerns or findings, members are able to ask those agencies directly, what's your response to this? What are you going to do next about this? When they hear our recommendations, they can immediately ask that agency head, what do you intend to do differently as a result of this report? And so it encourages so much accountability in a way that I don't think you get in any other format than if you were to present it right in front of those members. And they're very receptive to our work, and they've enacted several of our recommendations. We're very grateful for the high level of engagement that we have from them.
I'd love to hear more about thinking about recommendation implementation. Is there a recommendation among the evaluations that you wish to highlight for the impact that it had in Oklahoma? Oh, I got you on mute now.
Yeah. For the short time we've been operating, we've had an amazing number of our recommendations implemented, about 20 so far. And then we've had some of those things that are harder to quantify. I heard the representative mention earlier about culture. Well, one of the great things that our office and our work is doing is it's slowly helping to reshape culture across state government, because once an agency engages with us, they start to understand there's going to be a higher expectation. You can't just answer a question based off of your intuition. You're going to have to back that up with some data. But one that I'd really like to highlight is we had done a report on an agency, and I won't call them out here, but we had found some of the most blatant examples of waste and mismanagement with this agency. And a lot of it could have been caught had there been proper oversight from an independent agency over purchasing. So purchasing and contracts, it was just a tremendous amount of waste. And legislators, their first question was, why did no one catch this? And that was the right question to ask. And so we looked to the entity that is over purchasing in the state, and that resulted in us doing an evaluation of what are our purchasing procedures and controls, and how can agencies get away with some of what we observed in this prior report. And we're very pleased to say that at the conclusion of that report, the agency not only recognized a lot of opportunities for it to do better, and there was reinforcement at the time from the Attorney General, who put out an opinion that said, yes, the statute compels you to do this. And it's not complete, but from what we've seen so far in the complete overhauling of how the state handles its purchasing and the controls that are in place, it's already bringing so much more accountability to a very significant area of spending in state government. It doesn't sound that sexy when you talk about purchasing, but we're talking about $3 billion in spending a year that was largely being done without oversight, because agencies had figured out ways around that, and there wasn't anyone holding agencies accountable to the proper procedures.
So within thinking about the accountability question, I'm just curious, was there certain arenas within government spending where this was more pronounced? Was it within contracts, direct spending, or was it really just all across the board there needed to be more oversight?
There's a little bit of all of it. We saw two primary areas, which was contracting. That continues to be a problem. I'm sure other states are experiencing that. Poorly written contracts, amending contracts, ratifying spending after it's taken place. So poor accountability on that end. But the other piece was something called exemptions. And so there's a process in state government for Oklahoma where an agency might say, well, going through the typical process is too laborious and time consuming, and there's a compelling reason why we can't do those things. And a lot of those reasons might have held water when they were put in place, I would say, before modern day banking. We've got speed today that we didn't have maybe 30 years ago when an exemption was put in place. And the idea that I have to bypass purchasing controls because I need this right now, well, we have immediacy in most of our purchasing. And so some of those exemptions were just outdated. But more importantly, when agencies use an exemption, I don't know, when we heard that term, and I don't know what your impression of this is that when someone has an exemption that they're maybe asking permission. And so we kept asking, well, who's approving the exemption? And what we found out is that no one was. So an agency would simply put a checkbox on a purchase saying we're exempt. And so by saying they were exempt from the purchasing requirements, they were therefore exempted. There was no one saying, does this even qualify as a purchase that should be exempt? And so once agencies kind of figure out that no one's checking, what happens? You have a lot more of that. So basically, we had more spending bypassing the spending controls than we had going through the spending controls.
Oklahoma's not alone in this. That's certainly a story that we've heard in multiple states all across the country. I see Marjorie nodding her head. We talk a lot about Idaho with some of the contract monitoring they do now out of their joint JLOC, their Joint Legislative Committee on Contracts, on oversight of contracts. Their issue was mainly involving no bid contracts that department heads, directors had the ability unilaterally to approve and award. And there was very little, if any, type of oversight or reporting required. There was no bid process, that sort of thing. And so this is certainly an area of increased interest in legislatures all across the country. So, I mean, I'm sure there are times where the recommendations from Lofter are welcome, but I'm wondering if there's ever been a time when Lofter's had to deal with any sort of a stern pushback from any department when doing a report or issuing a recommendation. Was there ever an objection that was needed to be overcome?
Objections from agencies all the time. That's usually the norm. It certainly was so the first year or so that we were getting ourselves established. There was so much pushback because it was, "Who are you? You don't know what we do. We're special. You can't understand us. We're complicated." And we didn't have any body of work behind us. And so it was a constant attempt by agencies to discredit our work before it had begun. But then once we had work product behind us and agencies started to see we don't have an agenda, we don't take policy positions, everything we state we can back up with facts, it started to really minimize the criticism. And I think in general that when you have data, it smooths politics. And so we can argue about how you want to interpret the data, but the data is what it is. And we don't ever come out with, even if we know something to be true, we know it intuitively. If we can't prove it, it doesn't make it in our report. And that's a really important thing for our reputation. So as our reputation and our body of work has helped legitimize us, we see less of that. But we still see significant pushback on recommendations because a lot of times agencies will say, we have the snowflake problem in state government where everyone thinks they're very unique. And to some degree they are. But it's not insurmountable. And so when we have a recommendation, the pushback is usually, you don't understand why that recommendation would be difficult for us to implement. And what we've really tried to encourage with agencies is stop getting to know and try to get to a yes. Maybe it's, we can't do it exactly the way you prescribe, but we can do it this other way. And I think it's just part of agencies' culture to try to explain to you the reasons why not, instead of get to how they can accomplish the work. And so that's been improving. From the legislature, we haven't seen any pushback. We always tell them, take it or leave it, and again, we back up our recommendations. They're not just some great idea that we had. We usually back them up with comparative analysis. We give a range of recommendations to say any one of those things could work, or it could be a launching point for your own solution if you've got ideas.
Thank you. So that was kind of big picture talking about Loft. Now, I'd like to ask a couple of questions about is it upcoming, the report, or has it been released? Financial condition of the Oklahoma Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. Is it out?
It is not publicly available yet.
Okay.
We expect that to happen anytime, but I'm happy to talk about it because we have spoken publicly about it in some of these hearings that you may be aware of.
Yes. Well, could you first, just for people listening, just, kind of summarize the main findings of the report?
Yes. So a little bit of background. Most of our work is prescribed and we work on it months in advance. But occasionally something rises to the level of us needing to immediately engage. And that's what happened this session. So approximately early March, I believe, the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services in Oklahoma had alerted the governor and legislative leadership that they were on track to run out of money before the end of the fiscal year, a significant amount. And the initial communication was, we're not going to be able to reimburse the state for the state share of Medicaid expenses related to mental health treatment. So this, again, was an obligation. It wasn't something that we could not pay. And the agency had relatively new leadership, had been there about a year and a half. And so it was really crisis mode. Well, the agency, as the legislature started to ask more questions after this announcement, the answers they were getting didn't satisfy them. And so they asked Loft jointly, the Speaker of the House and the President Pro Tem of the Senate, jointly asked Loft to prioritize this request and start looking into their finances and providing facts. And so we immediately began that work. I believe like within 24 hours of getting the request, we were holding interviews, we were pulling financial data. And over the course of the session through March through the end of May, which is when our session ends at the end of May, we were providing regular updates to the legislature for immediate budget decisions. So they were looking at two key budget decisions. One was, do they give the agency a supplemental for the current fiscal year? And so that would be unexpected money. They would have to run special legislation to get that done. But then also, what's the right number to give them for the upcoming budget, FY26? And so you asked about the key findings. That's a little bit of background of what we found. We found numerous poor budgeting practices that led to the agency not understanding its own budget. And so part of what we found was the agency was sounding the alarm for a situation they didn't fully understand. So we were updating the legislature to say, it's not as it seems, and it was much more complicated than it appeared. Because of the sheer number of poor budgeting practices, we identified 15 individual budget deficiencies. And these are big, overarching things that every agency should be doing. They were treating funds as fungible. They were intentionally over-encumbering funds. They were failing to track when funds were expended for a purpose other than originally budgeted. They were failing to reconcile their budget to actuals. They were violating the balanced budget requirement by deferring payment for current year fiscal obligations until the next fiscal year. They had poor purchasing controls, poor contract management. They were spending on things that were not core to the agency's very important mission. They were not timely in their payments. And so it was very hard to determine how much the agency spends on something in a fiscal year, because sometimes we were paying things 6 months behind. And so it was just numerous, the sheer volume of problems. And at the end of all this, what we recommended to the legislature is that this is an agency really ripe for doing a zero-based budget, of looking at what are their fundamental duties, what are their responsibilities as outlined in statute, how do we build up a budget to make sure those things are being done well, and then we look at everything else that the agency has taken on over the years. And so it wasn't just our work. The legislature was very engaged on this issue. Being a public health service issue, real people, real needs are being affected by the operational problems with this agency. And so there were a number of public hearings held on this. And before the end of session, I'm not sure if you're even aware of this, Ben, but the legislature voted to remove the head of that agency.
Oh.
I heard the conversation about the separation of powers, and this was one provision where the legislature had empowered the governor to select the heads of agencies, but it also given themselves a default position that should 2/3 of both chambers agree that someone needed to be removed, that they could take that up, and they did. This is the first time they've used that provision. And they removed the head of this department. There's new leadership involved now. And it's going to be quite a reset on the agency. So things are changing weekly with this agency.
That's a fascinating summary. I really appreciate, walking us all through that. It's so interesting because so often in oversight, there's a desire for a boogeyman. There's a desire for, kind of the evil thing that's, working behind the scenes and just messing our government up. And so often it's just different systems and programs that we have. And it's just ways to be able to keep an eye on things and make things just run better. I mean, kind of as simple as that sounds. Could you walk me through the process here? I'm just thinking, kind of nuts and bolts, how does LOP go about obtaining this financial information from a department? Is it a subpoena or is it just a request?
Our committee does have subpoena power. We've never had to use it. Thankfully, our legislature wrote a very solid statute for us. And so we have a statutory provision that agencies are obligated to provide any data or information that we request. So we make sure to inform agencies of that statute when we make our request for information. So if we have a deficiency in getting information, I think sometimes it's where we don't have what I would call full compliance. You have sometimes malicious compliance where an agency will say, well, we got you what we wanted, but we got it to you in the least helpful way possible. Maybe that means omitting any sort of key for understanding the data, labels from data, things like that. And then thankfully, we also have access to the state's accounting software mainframe. So we're able to pull a lot of data on our own, which is a great accountability tool, because even if we have an agency and we believe they've given us the best information in good faith, we get to have something to check in against. So we can pull records, we can take a look at individual expenditures. Not everything's in there. And the data is only as good as what the agency inputs. And so if we have an agency like the one I was just talking about, where they have poor processes across the board, well, we found with that agency, things that should live in that system didn't live in that system because they weren't in the practice of doing it the right way.
Thank you so much for all this insight. It's been just very helpful. And I'm going to move us slightly forward here to introduce, well, Michelangelo, Professor Landgrave, already been introduced, and of course, Marjorie. Marjorie Sarbat-Thompson's Professor of Political Science at Wayne State University and the State Oversight Academy's Academic Director. Her research focuses on state legislative term limits and legislative oversight of the executive branch. She was a principal investigator on a major study of term limits in Michigan that involved interviews with 460 state legislators over 10 years as Michigan implemented a state term limits ballot initiative. She participated in 2 studies of legislative oversight of the executive branch in collaboration with the Levin Center at Wayne State University's Law School, us, a 50-state study of oversight and a study of contract monitoring in selected states. Marjorie, Michelangelo, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone again. I'll let her speak. I spoke already.
Got you on mute, Marjorie. These Zoom buttons have been sticky today.
There we go. Sorry
Okay.
about that. I was just delighted to hear about the contract monitoring discussion, because one of the things that I found most interesting in the 50-state oversight study and then in a follow-up study of contract monitoring is the extent to which the efforts that were made in the 80s and 90s to downsize government, which led to privatizing government, introduced a whole host of problems with how state governments are able to monitor the work of contractors, vendors, other sorts of folks in the private sector. And the information from Loft about the differences in procurement versus service contracts means that there's this sort of mismatch between purchasing file cabinets versus hiring social workers to oversee foster care. And the systems, as best we could tell when we were looking at it, didn't get updated enough to shift from something where you're buying stuff that's physically documented and accountable to trying to assess whether services are being provided well and the taxpayers are getting good value for the money that's being sent to private vendors. And the private vendors, even when they're nonprofits, have some incentive to increase the amount of money that's coming into them rather than providing the most expensive forms of services. And there was, Ben mentioned briefly Idaho, and Idaho was the state that we found had made the greatest progress in revising their contract oversight. And it was the result of some horrible scandals, just absolutely atrocious. And they ended up, the state government got sued, and it ended up being extraordinarily expensive. And they worked very collaboratively so that it wasn't so siloed into executive branch, legislature, etc. The legislature proposed some constitutional amendments, and the attorney general helped collaborate with them, and they got it on the ballot. The citizens passed it. So it expanded the ability of the legislature to exercise oversight, but it also empowered the procurement office in the executive branch to train the people in the state agencies in contract monitoring. Because one of the things they discovered was that when you start having all these contracts that are services contracts, they're not, buying file cabinets and pencils. They're trying to figure out, is the service actually provided at a level that is what taxpayers would feel good about having their tax dollars go for? And we discovered some like really horrible cases just to give you a sense of how passionately we became committed to this. We found a case in which foster care services were privatized in Indiana, and the private provider was screening the foster care parents. They screened somebody and said they were okay. 10-year-old child was placed in their care. Those foster parents killed the child, cut him up, and fed him to pigs. So when you start talking about things like that, you start, hair on fire, pulling your hair out, saying, whoa, 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 wait. Taxpayers did not sign up to fund that. There's no taxpayer that I can imagine who would report, yes, I like my tax dollars going for this. So it becomes this sort of much more complicated issue of, is the private vendor doing a good job, and how is the state legislature going to figure that out? So they train people elaborately. And it really has worked wonderfully. We ended up saying that now Idaho probably has among the best contract monitoring in the state, or in the 50 states.
We do say that, and thank you, Marjorie, for that introduction. And I think really kind of the thing that I reflect on, throughout all your introduction here is we have a lot of qualitative examples, and we can look and do our best to kind of compare them across the country. But yet, I'm just curious, and this is a question for both of you, what persistent data gaps exist between interested researchers like the two of you and state legislatures? Where is there just the most kind of pronounced gap between where we are and what would be more ideal?
So, if I may answer first,
Please.
one concern I've had with data acquisition is that while many states have FOIA laws of some sort, they often exempt themselves or they make themselves subject to a unique law, which makes it much harder to actually acquire data from. So for example, in my project, part of the reason I worked in California is California has a relatively strong existing FOIA laws that apply to the legislature, but that's not necessarily the case in a lot of these states. And so it's just difficult to acquire the data that's really necessary for us as an academic to engage in oversight research.
Well, but if one of you could have the data overnight, what oversight research topic would you like to study?
I would go for contract monitoring. I think it is the problem of our current time is the fact that we have this incomplete transition between privatizing public services and trying to have state agencies, legislatures, et cetera, monitor it, because there's just an imbalance there.
So it's not that it's not available per se, but something that I would really like as far as data goes is consistent across all 50 states data on campaign finance. Because again, while some states have really good data on campaign finance, there's a lot of heterogeneity on the availability and the data, and the cross comparison across states is very difficult to make. So if there was a clearinghouse where you could have comparison across all the states, that I think would be incredibly useful for oversight research to better understand who's funding campaigns, how might that be influencing decisions in the state capitals and so forth.
Very interesting. No, thank you both for your answers. Now, this is a bit of a broader question, but I'm always interested to ask it. What would you two say are the major differences between academic research on the federal level versus on the state level of government?
I would say that the one of the biggest differences is that the federal level is one system of government. State legislatures are 50 governments. And so we are inevitably forced to do comparative research because we can't just go out and grab the things that are, across all 50 states. Some clusters of states are very similar, but I mean, really, it's vastly different. It's like doing international sort of, comparing all the countries in Latin America or all the countries in Africa or all the countries in Asia.
So I want to second that and say I think it's underappreciated how much state politics scholars are really comparativists in the sense that there's so much variation across the nation, not just culturally, but in the institutions and everything. Compared to the national level, there's one Congress, there's one president, where there's one set of Supreme Court justices. And so that really makes it difficult for, as a scholar, to gain enough expertise at the different regions of the United States to really, contribute meaningfully on your own.
Thank you both. And now this is my last question before we're going to open this roundtable up to everybody. So please, if you have questions, add them in the question box at the bottom. Michelangelo and Marjorie, why should a state legislator be open to academic research on their work? And how can state legislators assist with the research that seeks to better understand their institutions?
Well, one reason that they might want to be interested is that I think there's room to learn from what other states have done and are doing effectively. And I think there's an opportunity to discover what things have led to disasters. And, with the Indiana example, they don't even have a state auditor who can produce the kind of reports that we're talking about legislators using. And the result is you get some horrendous scandals. And that could convince people that they want to keep funding those auditors' offices because we came across some states that were thinking it would be a good place to save money. But you might not want to think that if you think it's going to have the kind of awful disasters that we saw.
So, seconding Marjorie, feel free to correct me if anyone here is a politician and wants to disagree with me. But I feel that in the state level, most politicians are citizen politicians in the sense that they don't see this as their long-term career. Sure, they might spend a decade or two, but they ultimately see themselves as part of the citizenry. And so I think they should care about working with academics and so forth, as by helping us, do research on the state level, they can hopefully understand what's the best practices to strengthen democracy at the state level.
Thank you both. And now this time I'm going to open this up. This is a question for everybody. I'm thinking about the symposium's theme. Our theme today is legislators and academics in collaboration. How can academics and legislators raise their level of collaboration? It's a similar question to the one I just asked to Michelangelo and Marjorie, but I also want to ask that as well to all four of you.
Well, I would, one thing I think to Marjorie's point about the comparative nature of the scholarship that is done at the state level, lawmakers have access to networks, the Levin Center being one of them, but also other networks where they do interact with lawmakers from other parts of the country. And I think there are lawmakers that really see this as an opportunity. I mean, I think every time I was doing oversight or trying to develop legislation, I did think about, well, how is this being done in other states? So there's a natural, curiosity about what's going on in other states. I think where the missing link is that too few multi-state associations of lawmakers engage enough with academics. Academics themselves have obviously national, international, and certainly regional organizations that bring them together in conferences with each other. But it's kind of rare. Sure, there'll be experts brought in to talk about a specific issue, but it doesn't tend to get people inspired to think on a regular basis about scholars that they have. And in every state capital, there's usually a state university, or there are folks nearby that they can draw on. And so I would think trying to work through national organizations of lawmakers and trying to get them to do more of what we're doing here today could really help.
Virginia, any thoughts?
Well, we serve a different role than the other panelists, but I will say what we've observed is that the legislature here in Oklahoma does use some of the work from our local institutions of higher learning, whether there's a focus on health or focus on energy. For example, I know that there's economic work that's being done by some of the universities that helps inform some decisions. One of the concerns that Loft has when we are doing our own research and determining what to reference and maybe use some data, there's always a concern with some of the academic research. And I know this doesn't apply to your institution, but that it's a recipient of funds. And so if it's a recipient of state funds, for example, or federal funds, is there an inherent likelihood that it's going to read as advocacy? And so for our work, we really try to avoid anything that would be advocacy. We want true analytics. And so we do reference academic work, but we try to make sure that the work that we're looking at is not one where there would be a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Next question here I have is, I'm just curious, again, to all four of you, has an academic research paper influenced your work on state oversight, whether a practitioner or research?
I could answer, but I'm an academic, so I'm gonna say yes. I mean, like
Well, of course.
I love the work of my colleagues, particularly Pep Squire, currently at the University of Missouri. I hope that it's true for the politicians in the room as well. But
Well, certainly, there've been lots of. I mean, I'm kind of in a weird position because I'm a recovering politician, so I've been exposed to a lot of scholarship since I stopped serving in the legislature, which was in 2016. So it's now been almost a decade since I was in the legislature. But there were certainly, I mean, a lot of academic research that I saw across my whole career, at the state level and at the federal level before that really influenced me. I mean, one thing that got me interested in, and I won't cite a specific study, but really just the overall notion of statistical analysis that's done, most thoroughly by people in academia, was really something that challenged me a lot in the early days of my career when I was working in Congress, and that was that so many programs really could not show a high level of impact. That the social science, when done rigorously, and part of this is the design that rigorous social science requires, means that, for one, you don't get that many opportunities to do really true double-blind studies where there's, random assignment, and that's hard to do in public policy often. So there maybe the N isn't big, maybe there aren't that many instances of it. But what I tended to find as a practitioner was that the studies that we could find and could access showed a small amount of impact for a lot of programs. And I took that to be a challenge to make sure that our policies are working, also that we are really doing oversight to examine what's working and what's not. I mean, what you don't have in the public sector is what you have, obviously, in abundance in the private sector, and that is a mechanism of culling the things that aren't fitted to the situation, right, that aren't working. The market takes care of that pretty efficiently in a lot of cases. In the public sector, that's usually not the case, and so it requires you to really. So those studies that I saw, sitting as a staff member trying to support the appropriations committee, making multi-billion-dollar decisions about what to fund and what not to fund, really took me back. And this was early in my career. It took me back. Took me aback and said, caused me to really think hard. And I think it's inspired in me a desire to make sure that oversight is really done effectively, that people like Regina and the work they're doing really gets taken seriously, that people like Michelangelo and Marjorie and, people coming from the academic side of things have a platform because they have a lot to say to us.
Thanks. My next question here is it's kind of broad, but I think it'll be interesting with all the different backgrounds between the four of you. What are the key success factors that enable fact-based oversight at the state level?
If I might, we discovered in the 50-state study, and I was unaware, given that the states I've lived in have had oversight committees that are, as Regina mentioned, assigned partisan membership based on the percentage of the people in the chamber in those committees. There are a handful of states, slightly more than 10, will have exactly balanced partisan membership on their oversight committee. And the difference in the oversight that is conducted in those committees is really notable. And the minority party is able to pose questions and get oversight studies. The auditors and other nonpartisan actors are assigned, certain topics to investigate and given the funding. And when the membership is balanced, there's some things that are had issues of both parties that get some attention. And so it doesn't just turn into a gotcha politics game of trying to go after whichever people are on the opposite party. It becomes much more, people aren't getting transported to their Medicaid healthcare appointments because the contractor isn't paying the drivers enough to cause them to actually pick them up, which is another Idaho one that they had before they fixed their system.
If I could add to that, Marjorie, I think it's very unique here that we don't have that happen, despite the fact that it is not an equal composition of minority and majority party members. In fact, some of our minority party members are the most vocal in asking questions, and there's no restricting of that participation. And I think what I said earlier, which is that the data smooths the politics, that's a unique role. If everyone in that room knows there is no political agenda with our work, and there are some that wish we had a political agenda, I'm sure of that. But I think they've come to know that we are, just the facts, even if they're the facts that we know that the people in that room don't want to hear. I think that brings them all together to focus on the solutions. And so to answer the question that Ben posed, I would say our perspective is that you need engagement and legislators need tools and assistance, because there is no way a legislator is going to be able to determine whether or not an agency is operating well based off of the limited interaction that they have, the presentations that they do have with the agencies annually to hear their budget needs. Those are not opportunities to dig in deep. And so to have an office like what we do, and there's many other states that have an office that does evaluative work, it takes us months of digging through data that is not easily accessible in order to draw some of these conclusions. And I think every office that does this type of work has a real obligation to those that we serve to make sure that they're getting the facts that can help inform their decision making. But the biggest obstacle that I see is the awareness. Agencies are very good at concealing their problems. They want to put their best face forward, and I can't blame them for that. But what happens is things boil up and become a crisis, like you said, Marjorie, where then the crisis becomes the catalyst for change. But how can we have change before the crisis? And that's the biggest challenge that we see.
If I may add a quick note to a quick thought, Regina, I've really been concerned about the depth of local newspapers and news media at the state and local level, because I feel like back in the day, there would be some news agency that would do investigative reporting and find these things before they became too big to deal with. And increasingly, there's just less and less of these local agencies around. And the few that do exist continue to see funding cuts, staffing cuts, and I just don't know what the solution is to that.
Well, I think something has to fill the gap in Oklahoma. We do have some good independent investigative journalist sites. We consider ourselves to be a good partner with them, but then that's where I feel like our office, there are times where I feel like we are investigative journalists. Our work is very akin to that. Now, we're not following a story because we're not trying to write a narrative, but we are trying to get to the bottom of an issue and find out what's the root cause. Is there a problem here? And then really important to our work is we just don't focus on identifying the problem. And this is where an investigative reporter's work would end. You would identify the problem, you would find the perpetrator. What we do is we want to propose solutions. If we identify a problem, what are a host of solutions that the legislature can consider? And we're very careful with that because as the representative, were you a representative, Mr. Townsend?
In Michigan.
Okay. And for each of our representatives, they're going to have a different idea on how to solve a problem. And so we try to put a range of solutions in front of them. Some of those solutions are more immediate. What's the quick win? Some of those are big overhauls, and we know that's a hard thing for someone to take on. And then there's lots of ideas, as you said. You can look to other states and say, there's 10 different states to handle it 10 different ways. Which one do you think is best suited to our needs? And so we put that in front of them, knowing that there's going to be a lot of personalization to that. And that is something that goes beyond, I think, investigative journalism has a role in accountability, of course. There are things that those independent investigative journalist sites have identified as a problem. No one can look at everything in state government. And so they're a useful tool, and we'll often reach out for them if they've got information that we don't have. We've coordinated with one of those entities on a prior report. It turned out we were looking at the same thing at the same time. And so it can be collaborative.
Let me chime in. I really love what everybody had to say in response to this question, Ben. And let me just add that the examples that Regina was citing, what she sees in Oklahoma, and what you were describing, Marjorie, with respect to these balance. There are some oversight committees that have balanced, bipartisan balance. It can work either way. I think Regina is describing a situation where you do have lawmakers inclined to engage with the facts, even though they may be in the minority on a committee. What matters most is that we encourage a cultural change among lawmakers, that they recognize that they are so much more powerful when they engage with the facts and when they engage with their political opponents on those facts. Because, and I think, Regina, you were speaking to this, when lawmakers really get together and study an issue, hear from experts, get engaged, and don't put politics before that, they can reach conclusions about the facts. And when they do that, when they come together and issue a press release or maybe a report of some kind, maybe they do something to express their consensus about an issue, that has enormous weight. When you get a partisan finding, from a group, from a committee, let's say, well, half the state's not going to believe it. When it's a bipartisan conclusion and it's informed by expert opinion, say from the auditors or the program evaluators or outside academics, then you've really got something that's powerful and enduring. And the reforms that come from that maybe they were in Regina's report, maybe they came from somewhere else, but in any case, those reforms are informed by that consensus. And that's how we move forward in our politics. And that's really, if you boil down what the Levin Center is trying to accomplish, we're trying to encourage that kind of thinking with lawmakers.
I'm listening to what everyone's saying, and I'm just thinking again and again how people have told me that in order to have effective oversight in your state, it does require a culture that is focused on facts, on pursuing and getting information. And I've heard that time and again from different size states, different political backgrounds. But then I think about it also from the perspective of an academic. This is my question really for Michelangelo and Marjorie. How do you measure something, as kind of difficult to grasp as culture to, kind of create like that type of the ingredients that you need in a legislature to make them care about oversight and want to do it and want to prioritize it. How could that be really examined in an academic lens?
I have to admit that this is outside my wheelhouse. I mean, I've done some surveys of elites, and the difficulty that we've had with that is that whenever you ask a politician a question, it becomes an hour-long answer. And so it's very difficult from, an academic perspective to measure culture. You can do so in a very qualitative sense, but perhaps Marjorie has better insights on this.
We struggled with it when we did the 50-state study because we had to try and distinguish oversight from good oversight because there's a lot of oversight out there in some of the states that are not as nice as Oklahoma, where it is nothing but blame game, gotcha. They do huge amounts of oversight, but it's all for partisan gain. Now, one thing I would say that's a little different with Oklahoma, some of the states where it's the most intense are states where party control can shift back and forth. And so they're playing the electoral game in terms of trying to, get the extra couple percentage points of voters, in the next election. And what we ended up coming up with as a definition was that good oversight is fact-based and solution-driven, so that it's not blaming, identifying the culprits, et cetera, much more focused on here's the problem, here are the facts that explain the problem, which is very consistent with, the Oklahoma's, approach to having very fact-based, data-driven things, but also then that there had to be solutions because there was a huge sort of disconnect in a lot of the states between having a really good, well-funded auditor's office that produced a lot of high-quality reports, and the committee wouldn't even meet to hear the things. They were publicly published, but unlike the situation in Oklahoma, there wasn't a public meeting on all of them. And then even when there was a public meeting, some of the time it was just like off into the ozone. Okay, there wasn't any legislation introduced. There wasn't any rule change about how the agency was supposed to handle things. There wasn't anything like there was in Idaho about revising the procurement office policies and training the agencies to monitor better. It was just kind of, oh, lovely, there's a report, we had our hearing. And then there were other states where they had a detailed public document that said, here was the auditor's report. Here's where we referred that problem to a committee. Here's what was introduced in the committee. Hopefully it passed and got through, but sometimes it was like, this got this far and then it, gonna have to come back, in the next session or something. But, the whole chain of using the data is what to us became good oversight, and using it not for partisan gain, but so that regardless of which party was in power, there's certain things you don't want. You want children to be treated well. You want, all of those sorts of things. That's just sort of basic.
I would just say, let me jump in, because your point, Marge, is really interesting, about the differentiating states that have kind of stable dominance by one party or the other versus states where there's a lot of flipping between parties. If you take a longer view, though, what those states where there's a lot of back and forth, switching of control, in the longer view, what you really have there is stalemate, right? You've got 2 or 4 years of one party controlling things, and then 2 or 4 years of and this is true in Congress, right? I mean, the last 30 years, no party, I think, has controlled either house for more than 6 years, maybe. And often in the House, especially, it's shorter than that. So really, in the longer scheme, that's a stalemate because they just dismantle the prior administration or the prior party party's agenda when they get into power. So, one thing I think to work toward is a sense with law is to try to inculcate in lawmakers this understanding that what are you really here for? How important really is it for you to regain control of the, you're never going to get rid of that competition. That is part of politics. But to have more of a sense that that solving problems for your constituents, being more in touch and connected to your constituents and doing work for them is more important maybe than controlling the House.
So my next question, I've been thinking about this a little bit, and this is more aimed for the scholars. There can be a bit of a gap between theory and practice in political science, and it's certainly widened, I would say, over the last several years as political science seems to be drifting further into the social science territory. Do you agree with that assessment? Do you see that as a trend, or do you think that there's this interest in these sorts of more of collaboration, the things that we talk about here in the symposium?
I think, at least from my perspective, and obviously with the amount of gray hair I have, I'm a lot older than anybody else on the panel.
I have gray hair. I have no hair, so
Whatever. But you're a lot younger than I am. The things that I like to read are often older studies where people actually went out and talked to people. And because of the availability of mass data sets, there's been a lot more of what I sometimes dismissively call data to go, where people helicopter in, grab some data, they can analyze it with a bunch of statistical tools, particularly in state legislative studies. Those data to go, the categories, when you're talking across the states, those variables don't necessarily mean the same thing. And so I regard it as a little risky. But it doesn't have that sort of deeper knowledge, of having talked to some of the legislators to fill in what is going on behind these data. And so I think that has fueled sort of a disconnect, in being grounded and as people were talking this morning about the casework and the constituent interactions, there's also for academics a need for us to talk to the legislators and also to the people on the street. Otherwise, we just become decoupled from it.
So I just wanted to add on to that and say, I feel the incentives on the academic side are against developing this deep knowledge of state politics. When I was doing my dissertation, I did a lot of interviews with both legislative staffers and legislators themselves. But when it came to publishing, no one was interested in that component. Everyone's interested in like the data work and the experiments, but actually publishing the qualitative work is very difficult, near impossible. There's some flexibility if you're going the book route, but because of that, the incentive simply isn't there to build that deep knowledge of a state legislature or a group of state legislatures that I think is really necessary for this kind of work. And maybe that changes once you're a distinguished professor somewhere, but at the junior side, it's just a disincentive all around.
Yeah, the publish or perish is real in academia, and what publishes quickly and easily is the big data statistical analysis that is often not as realistic as the interview stuff. And I sympathize completely with Michelangelo because people told me I was crazy to go off and interview all these legislators because I needed to publish. So.
Thank you both. This is a question for all four of you, and I can think of several examples of the answers to this question. So I'm curious to kind of add more to my toolbox here. I'm looking for notable examples where an oversight report resulted in the passage of important legislation or some other policy action.
Well, Ben, I'm happy to jump in on this one.
Okay.
I'd like to talk with one of the early reports that we were asked to look at. So we were just setting up our office. It was the height of COVID, and there were concerns from the legislature about the spending of that first pot of federal funds, the coronavirus relief funds. And because you're in a public health emergency and all those things are happening, but at the same point, there's still got to be accountability for these dollars spent. So we were asked to take a look at that while it was happening, which is a really interesting perspective. We've had this happen a few times. Where we are asked to evaluate something that is ongoing. So we don't come in after the fact the way an auditor would to see how things shook out. And there's value in that because we can raise some red flags while there's still time to change things. And that's what happened with that review. So we were identifying that, yes, it's a public health emergency, but it doesn't mean we throw all our procedures out the window. We still got to document. We still have to make sure that money's being spent for appropriate reasons. We have to make sure there's a good audit trail. And so we were evaluating that in real time, raising concerns about some of the things that weren't happening. But then you talked about what was the effect. Well, at that point, as we were wrapping up this work, we realized there was going to be another round of federal funds coming. And so we were very quick to say, okay, when that next round comes, here's the proper processes that should be in place. And the legislature created a wonderful process for the next round of funds that brought real transparency to it, public hearings, full discussion from a very robust committee about what was the best investment of our state dollars, solicited ideas from those who were seeking funding for special projects. And it was criticized for being slower than the first round, but I think the first round was fast and low accountability, and the second round was slower expenditure with great accountability. And I would vote for the latter every time.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anyone else wish to chime in? Notable example, any oversight report resulting in the passage of important legislation or some other policy action?
Actually, I've mentioned the contract monitoring changes that Idaho made, and that was in response to an auditor's report looking at kind of the larger series of contracting disasters that they had had. And the auditors concluded that it was a systemic problem instead of episodic, this is a bad contractor, this was a bad law, this was a bad situation. It was like, we have a systemic problem here because this is happening in similar ways over and over. And it led to that whole constitutional amendment thing, the work with the Attorney General, the work with the procurement. The whole thing kind of fell out of that particular auditor's report. And they really took action. And as Ben and Jim know, we rated Idaho as having the best contract monitoring system in the country after having had that experience. It took them, I would say, to really finalize it almost 10 years because they not only had to do the constitutional amendment sort of stuff and get it passed, but then they also had to eventually create additional lines in the procurement office, and the budget committees were a little reluctant to increase the state budget or to move money to that, but they eventually ended up hiring 3 dedicated line item people in the procurement office that work with the legislature and the agencies and everybody, across branches, across the aisle, everything.
Thank you, Marjorie.
I know time is running short, but I would just, there's so many examples of great reports, legislative oversight reports from across the country, different states. One that really jumps out at me is the one from the process that was mounted in Connecticut over a whole series of years dealing with juvenile justice reform. They created a committee about 10 years ago called the Juvenile Justice Policy and Oversight Committee, I believe. And it convened and did a whole extensive level of investigation, held hearings, and issued findings that led to a wholesale, a significant number of reforms. And those reforms over a period of time took Connecticut, which had some of the worst statistics in the country related to juvenile incarceration and recidivism and things, to putting Connecticut in a very, very envied position in terms of how they're doing in those statistics. So it shows really what can be accomplished when, again, people are coming together. Connecticut's a blue state. there's clear dominance of one party over the other, but these actions, these studies tend to be bipartisan. They tend to have participation from both sides of the aisle, and that's why they tend to have so much credibility, and then they have so much impact.
Any other examples? Before I leave this question, I do want to share one. I'm thinking about the Utah Legislative Auditor and the report that they put out looking at healthcare in their prison systems, where they included a double-digit number of recommendations. And my favorite part about the report was about 2 years later, they did a follow-up and found that almost none of the recommendations that they had recommended were actually ever done by the department. And the department was very candid. They said they never thought anyone would ever look again. They were like, oh no, that's really bad anyway. And then they just kind of moved on. And in response to that, the legislature did force a reorganization, and the prison healthcare system is now under the purview of their Health and Human Services Department rather than Corrections, as a response to the fact that they were not accountable to the response from that audit report. One of my favorite kind of examples of, okay, you have a report, something bad is here, and we have to make some sort of a change, and then really showing that you're following through, showing the result of that type of an effort to try to make things work better, make sure the government keeps its promises to people. I think at this point, unless we have any more, nope, we don't. I want to say thank you to all four of you for a very engaging conversation this afternoon. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to transition it over to Jim to close up our symposium. Thank you, Jim.
Great. Well, Ben, thank you for doing a great job moderating. Michelangelo, Regina, Marjorie, as always, it's great to see you. Great to meet the two of you, and really to have your participation in today's symposium. I'm just to say a few words, try to sum things up, and then we'll send everybody on their way. Been trying to take some notes here across this whole half day of being together, and what we were really trying to do, I think, was bring together bring together lawmakers and scholars. This time, I think we focused a bit more on getting closer to the ground. How can oversight get closer to the ground and make more of a difference in people's lives? We heard about using casework to proactively maximize the impact of oversight and policy reform. We released a study that we've been working on that examines approaches to oversight across the country that center people's direct experience with government. We got into some details today about the challenges that legislatures and legislative support organizations face when they seek to put people at the center of their oversight work. But I think we heard that it's quite doable if you're committed to it and if you have a culture that's focused on it. To cite a few things that really spoke to me, David Kirshner's story about the power of showing up during the overnight shift in the prison system. That seems especially poignant to me, and I think to many of us here at the Levin Center, as we think about members of Congress who are being harassed, shut out, and even prosecuted for showing up to carry out their oversight duties at ICE facilities. Michelangelo's comment, I thought about the opportunity to study campaign finance and its relationship to oversight was really important. And boy, and that represents an enormous opportunity, but the state and the federal level, not only because it could help us understand whether and how campaign dollars may be corrupting our oversight efforts, but also just, you could be drawing conclusions about how the burden of raising money can crowd out the efforts to spend time on oversight, which is admittedly a time-consuming enterprise for lawmakers. Regina said many things that really resonated, but one thing that I remember most was her comment about when you have data, it smooths the politics. And I think she's definitely right about that. And I think many of us here who love data, appreciated that. And I think that speaks to the comment I made, which was that following the data and bringing people across the aisle together to focus on data can be a real way to get the most out of that information and have the greatest impact. But I don't want to forget a comment that Megan made, though, about in gathering data, the types of questions that researchers ask, that's awfully important. And the more specific those questions can be to the experience people are having in government, the better and more, I think, impactful answers you'll get, and the more valuable that research will be, both to scholarship and to the practice of lawmaking and oversight. So if we're going to make progress in addressing the public's alienation toward government, which I think is a core problem we are facing here, we've got to ask people-centered questions, and our audits and our program evaluations and our legislative oversight need to be focused on asking those kinds of questions. So I feel like today's conversation charges us with going forward to study and evaluate how legislators are getting closer to the ground in their oversight. I think we've made some small progress, but we've got a long way to go. We're proud of this report that we've put out that's painted a picture of how a more people-centered approach to oversight is already being undertaken. And I think we've identified some best practices and some values that can really advance that, and maybe some techniques that can advance it. But there's a long way to go and a lot to do. So I want to finish by just saying thank you to everyone. The Levin Center is here to help both scholars and practitioners advance the cause of good policy and accountable government. We hope you'll stay engaged with us at the State Oversight Academy and visit stateoversight.org. As you know, we have workshops and trainings. We have an online training course that people can take, and more people are signing up for, and we're really excited about that. And don't forget the other resources that we're offering, videos, and our State Oversight Academy wiki, which again is a great resource if you're trying to get information about what is going on in the world of oversight across the country. So with that, let me say thanks again, and have a good afternoon, and we will see you in the near future.